Copeland as Copes returns tomorrow. Giants lose 6-1 to the Phillies. 808 KNBR is the number. 415-808-5627 as the Giants lose today but take the series as they go into the off day and they take on the Yankees coming up here over the weekend. I think the last couple of weeks, though, go a long way toward validating what the Giants have done here. 10-3 still in the last 13. They're a game over 500 from 6 games under 500. They lose this one today, but again, you take 2 out of 3 against the team that comes in with the best record in the major leagues, and I think it goes a long way toward, maybe squashing some of the qualifiers that people who didn't think maybe that what the Giants had done here these last couple of weeks was that big of a deal. Because as captivating as it has been with all the comebacks and all of the drama and everything, I do think there were some people, as we do have the great Tom Tolbert here. What's going on, Tommy?
JD, what's happening?
Doing well, man. Good to be with you here. Just kind of setting the table a little bit. Giants lose today, but take the series. And, I think when you look at it, all right, sweeps are hard. Team with the best record in the bigs. But the last couple of days, Monday, Tuesday, especially the win last night, really kind of validates the last couple of weeks as far as, this team is very much different from the one that started the season.
Yeah, last night was a big one. Last night was one you were just kind of hoping to hang in there, and they hung in there long enough to win an extra innings. And look, it's, I think 4 series in a row now that they have won. Swept the Rockies, and then 2 out of 3 each stop on the road, and then 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. And yeah, no, I mean, today was just kind of like one of those games where they didn't have a whole lot in the tank. You could tell it early. They had it going on both offensively and on the mound. And, you're just going to have games like that occasionally. So, you tip your cap. I mean, the two most noteworthy things of the game were Luciano leaving the game for whatever reason. Sick, injured, did we find out?
Yeah, they said it was a tight right hamstring, but it came after the ground ball to short that he just took too much time. It was a real bad look in the moment, and then you're thinking, what's going on there? And it turns out some right hamstring tightness ends up being the official word, at least. So obviously we hope he's okay there, but that was kind of an odd play.
Well, the timing was interesting.
It was.
The timing was interesting coming up a play like that when he's had his fair share of defensive miscues, shall we say, to put it kindly. And I said last week, look, with young guys, you're going to have to deal with some of this stuff to a point, right? You're not dealing with mental miscues. You're just not going to deal with that kind of crap. I mean, you can make physical miscues, but you can't go out there and just be lazy, mentally lazy, not understand the speed that the runner has, and you're late getting the ball over there on a very, very routine ground ball. So that one, the timing was odd because I was like, God, they just yank him because of that play.
Had the same thought you did.
I would have understood.
Yeah.
I would have said, okay, that's enough. Look, that's enough. We're not dealing with that. Like if you kick one, you kick one, and that's stuff that you're just going to have to deal with. But that kind of stuff, that ain't happening. And maybe he's just not a shortstop. Maybe he's just not a shortstop. I don't know where else you put him, but maybe that's just not his position. Maybe he's like a third baseman or a corner outfielder or something like that. But so far, it's not like he's proving he's a shortstop out there, at least defensively. And it's tough because you'd like to get his bat in the lineup because he's had some really, really nice at bats for him. So that was noteworthy. And then Kyle Harrison just basically middle fingering or giving the middle finger. Let's put it that way. The other way sounded a little creepy to Bryce Harper saying, "Oh, really? Really? Are you gonna get upset because one got away from me and helping inside?" And obviously, well, I won't say obviously, but it was pretty apparent that Harper was just frustrated, period, after striking out the first 2 times and almost destroying the dugout after the first strikeout. He was not super happy. And I can only imagine that if he wasn't happy after the first K, he probably wasn't super happy after the second K. So I'm sure he wanted to go up there and kind of even things up And so he goes up and in on him, and he had some words for him. And I have no idea if this is the case. I am going to wish it to be, so it's going to be in my mind, that Kyle Harrison just said, screw you. I'll give you another one up there. Here, eat this one. And threw another one up and in on him that ended up hitting the bat, and then he got him to ground out. I was kind of hoping for another high fastball that went right through his bat. That would have been nice, but anyway, those are about the two only noteworthy things that happened, because it was a scuffle for Harrison. He wasn't at his best. He kind of hung in there as best he could. And, down from the get-go with the Schwarber leadoff home run, which shows you how much power that dude has. He just outside corner, flick of the wrist, bang, and that ball was jumped out. So the weather was conducive to the ball carrying a little bit today as well, but with Schwarber, it doesn't even really matter. But, it was one of those games where, they're a really good team, and you just took the series from them, so they're going to come out with a little bit of fire. They don't want to get swept. And they put up a good showing. Castellanos had a really big day for him. So, you take 2 out of 3. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. Again, 4 series in a row. I think a lot of it is the energy and the play of the young guys. Ever since, Matos and Ramos have been in the starting lineup, it's been a different look for them. And those guys seem to be getting on base, at least once a game, maybe a couple times a game, and they missed a couple games, but they've been pretty damn good. Need to work on Ramos's vertical jump, though. I'm going to get up a little higher for that home run ball in left field. But no, they've been playing good ball. They're a different team. They're a different team, a different feeling. I have a different feeling about them when I watch them play now than I did 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And I think the biggest reason why is because it literally is different players at a lot of these spots that are out there, whether it's Matos or Ramos, or even Luciano for a time. Wisely's, come up, and Bailey's looked different. Matt Chapman obviously has gotten red hot. The Kyle Harrison, Bryce Harper moment in the top of the 4th, that might have been my favorite moment from this Giants season to this point. There's been quite a few to choose from over the last couple of weeks, but for Harper basically to try to punk Harrison after he came up and in, and just, I'm going to intimidate you. I'm just going to start jawing at you to intimidate you because you've struck me out a couple of times. I'm 0 for 10 at that point, or working on an 0 for 10 stretch at that point. And for Harrison to say, don't think I won't, oh, yes, I will. I just thought it was absolutely awesome. And for Harrison, a young pitcher, a guy who's on the trajectory that you want, right? Top pick, comes up, looks sweet, figuring it out at the big league level. Like, he's a guy who should be a Giant for the next decade and be a big-time contributor. So for me to have him be the guy that, hey, don't think I won't, Bryce Harper. Oh, yeah, I will, and I'm going to show you. I thought that was awesome, and it's tone-setting to me moving forward, even though, today's kind of a throwaway game, but the 10 of the last 13 and taking this series, last night was just spectacular, Tom.
Yeah, especially the way they just got spanked in Philly. Like, those games weren't even seemingly, if I remember them correctly, weren't even in doubt like halfway through the game. It was like the Giants were just like fodder for the Phillies, who were hot at the time, and the Giants most certainly were not. So to kind of turn it around and within a few weeks face that same team and look really good against them. Again, they got them today, and last night you go bullpen, and you just hang in there and find a way to get it to extras, and then you beat them 1-0. That was a huge one, because you win the first 2. Now you've won the series. Series is over. You're going to go for the sweep, get a little greedy. Didn't happen, but they got to feel really good about the way they're playing right now. And they got the Yankees coming in over the weekend. We'll see how they do down in Anaheim. Surprisingly enough, not surprisingly enough, the Angels beat them last night. The Angels usually play the Yankees fairly well. I have no idea why. It's about the only team they play fairly well. But they are going to come from Anaheim and fly up here, and we'll see how it's going to be. That'll be fun. That'll be fun, because the Yankees are also one of the best teams. And, I think with Philly and New York, you're probably talking of, 2 of the best 3 records in the league, if I'm remembering. I think the Dodgers are up there. The Braves are obviously 6-7 behind the Phillies. They're 6 or so. So, I think those might be the 2 best records in the game they're playing, or 2 of the best 3. Yeah. So, yeah. You feel good about where you're at right now. You really do. they've U-turned this season, because this season was just kind of languishing there, and I'd been saying forever they just can't get any traction. They can't find traction. Well, they found traction over the last couple weeks, and it looked pretty good doing it.
Definitely. Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open as well. Does the Giants taking 2 out of 3 help validate these last couple of weeks where they are 10-3 in the last 13? Also, we can get your thoughts on the Kyle Harrison, Bryce Harper. I thought it was awesome. You know, can that have a galvanizing impact as this team, even dropping today, moves forward against the Yankees coming up here over the weekend? And, yeah, I go back. You mentioned that prior Phillies series, Tom. 14-7 are the Giants since that series. I know they've done most of that the last 2 weeks, but you could almost look back, and I think as we zoom out, and get deeper into the season, we might look back at the end of that Philly series as kind of a low point or a turning point.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Again, new team, new players. I think some of the youthful energy has brought something to the team. I mean, you start looking at this team, and the way I look at it, and I'm not sure, we'll see what Wisely does going forward. He's been red hot as well since he's come up. I got a chance to see him a little bit last year. I don't know if he's not a 470 hitter because he's not Ted Williams, but I don't know what type of hitter he is, but he seems like a guy that could be on your roster, like a scrappy player, good fielder. And so he's been up. He's played well for him. As I said, Luciano's fielding has been, it's horrific, let's be honest. Ramos and Matos have been very good. Bailey has been very good. And then Harrison. He hasn't been as sharp lately as he has been, but, he is definitely part of the future. And you look and go, okay, got a nice little core there, a nice core that you can start building. Because as of about 3 weeks ago, I think it was a couple weeks ago, maybe we even asked Farhan about the lack of production from the minor leagues when it comes to position players. And he said, yeah, it's something that we got to get going. Basically, I'm paraphrasing here, and then within a couple weeks, it's like, oh, bam, Ramos is doing it, Matos is doing it. I mean, Bailey had been doing it, not like he hadn't been doing it. But even again, Luciano was hitting, and he was doing it. And then Wisely comes up, and he's doing it. So it just gives you a different vibe, a different feel when you're watching this team, because you're not just watching a bunch of guys out there that are on 1-year contracts. And, okay, how long are they going to be? I mean, Chapman, 1-year contract. Ahmed, I mean, I doubt he'll be around next year. Tyro's a guy that will be here. Like, he's here. I mean, who knows how long Flores will be here. Wade will probably be here for the foreseeable future, so that's 2. Then you start looking at the outfield. Okay, Lee's going to be here, but he's out. Yaz, don't know. Conforto, he could be gone after this year. So, I mean, you just get a lot, and that was kind of the whole thing with the Giants over the last couple of years, is you looked around, and I know they were doing their best to try to piece a team together, but from a fan base's standpoint, it's like, well, this team might look completely different next year. Some of these guys may opt out, they may leave, then you same boat. You're trying to go get players again instead of bringing up players. Well, now that it looks like maybe it's still fairly early, but you're starting to look at these guys, and, I know it's, again, way too early, but I start thinking about an outfield where, Lee's in center or left, Matos in center or left, Ramos is in, maybe left, and maybe Matos is in right, and Lee's in least. I mean, you start looking at stuff like that going, God, they might have, 2 or 3 young guys from their farm system that comes up, and right there, that gives you more money to work with, one, and you don't have to plug a bunch of different holes every single offseason. It's like, okay, we should be good at like 3, maybe even 4 different positions. I mean, just think, if Matos and Ramos stick, you got Matos, Ramos, Bailey, boom, and then you've signed Lee long term. So that's 4 out of the 8. So now you're looking at like 4. The Wade will probably be there. Okay, maybe you got like 3 other guys now you got to fill. I mean, maybe if they could it'd be nice if they get Chapman. If he has a nice year, they could sign him to like 3 years. It'd be great to have him around for a while. Tyro, and now you're looking at, okay, dang, now all we need is a shortstop. And I don't know that Luciano's going to be that guy. I don't know if he can play short, but we'll see. And then you start looking at the pitching staff and saying, okay, that's where supposedly they have their strength in the minor leagues is the pitchers. So, a couple of those guys pan out. Then you start looking at a team that can grow and kind of build, and they're going to be here, and you don't have to worry about them leaving after a year, these 2-year deals with an opt-out after the first year, stuff like that. So, again, from my standpoint, and I'm not even a hardcore Giant fan, watch them all the time, pretty much every day.
Sure.
I'm like, God, it'd be fun to see, the young guys come up and do something. Well, they have, and I think that's made a huge difference in the team, and it's certainly made a huge difference in me anticipating watching them play. I was going to watch them regardless, but sometimes you're like, this is going to be boring, because they were boring for the first couple months. It's like a continuation of last year, where it's like, oh man, this is a rough watch. They're not a rough watch anymore. They're like a fun watch. They're exciting. I don't know if exciting may be pushing it a little bit, but they're a lot closer to exciting than they were, because they weren't a country mile away from exciting. Now they're kind of edging up on it. They're a fun team to watch. So I'm enjoying watching this team, this iteration of the Giants.
Well, and the thing that makes you fun to watch is when you watch and you feel, even when a team's down, that they aren't completely out of the game, which was that's the test that I always go to as far as watchability is, when it's 3-0, do you feel like it's over? Do you feel like you're just passing the time until the game ends? And you did feel that way about this team the last couple of weeks. You don't. Something might happen. And a lot of it has been the young players, and a lot of it has been also Matt Chapman getting hot and becoming the guy that they signed him to be. So it's hope, Tom. That's really what it is. It's hope. It's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here, because you're right. The first 6 weeks of the season were an extension of last year, which was an extension of the end of 22, and that wasn't good for anybody.
No, and look, they're going to get Conforto back, and who knows if he'll hit the ground running, but that was one of their best hitters. They just lost Lamont Wade for a month. He was one of their, if not the best, their best hitter. I'm still waiting for Soler to get hot. He will at some point, or he'll get hot in the middle of that order. I've seen it. So, yeah. I mean, no, absolutely. I think you're starting to look at this team, or at least I'm starting to look at this team, and not just as they're composed or who they are. It's who's around them, as far as wild card teams. Because we know for a fact, look, even though Acuna went down with an injury, they're not the Braves. They're not the Dodgers. They're not the Phillies. But there's not another team out there, even though some of the teams in the Central are starting to play some good ball. Well, the Brewers have been playing pretty good ball all year long, and the Cubs have been okay. Cardinals are starting to get it rolling a little bit.
Somebody's going to win that division, so you got to count
Somebody's going to win that division, but who knows? I mean, maybe two of them get in. I mean, that's a possibility I didn't really consider. I didn't really consider it with the AL Central either. Now I'm looking at the AL Central and going, damn, AL Central is actually pretty good. I mean, the White Sox stink, yeah. But the Royals are the Royals have been really good. They're really good, and the Guardians, good Lord. You break that team up. Maybe they have one of the. I might have missed them when I said Yankees, and maybe they had one of the best records in the league. They're number two.
It's Phillies, Guardians, who are, believe it or not, 37-18, and then the Yankees are 37-19. So they've got a slim edge, half game edge over the Yankees.
Yeah, I forgot. See, I forgot about the AL Central because I thought, they'll be a one team, and then I'm looking and going, maybe not. I mean, Guardians are really good, and the Royals have been really good too. They can hit.
Well, the Royals basically have the same record as the Dodgers, which is incredible to think.
Yep. But you start looking, okay, Padres, okay, there's nothing there. I mean, Diamondbacks, they're kind of scuffling a little bit. Reds haven't been nearly as good as I thought they would be. Mets, not really. I mean, really, that's kind of a two-teamer, and you just assume both those are getting in, and the Braves and the Phillies. But other than that, you look at the teams that are going to compete for the wild card, and you're thinking, well, the Giants are right there with those teams. They could be better than those teams. I mean, they haven't even started playing great ball until very recently, and they jumped right back into the wild card spot. So I think if you're a Giants fan, and that's baseball right now in a nutshell. I don't know if it's a great thing for the sport. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But you just want to get into the tourney, as they say. It doesn't even matter anymore. if you win your division. In fact, you might be able to make a case you don't want to win your division because then you don't have to sit out a week while you're playing. Now, you run the risk of losing and not even making it to the next round. But if you do, I mean, we've seen it now. Teams that sit out a week, baseball is not basketball or football or any other hockey, any of those other sports. You'll take some rest. But baseball just messes with you. It messes with your timing, and you get probably a better than normal chance of getting beat in that first round. So it's just get in. And right now, when I look at the Giants, I'm like, why can't they get in? Compared to the other teams, I'm not expecting them to compete with the three teams I mentioned, but you don't have to once you make it in. If you play them then it's just, hey, get hot, get a couple good pitching performances, maybe a lucky bounce here, a couple bats that get hot, and you can roll on through. We've seen it a number of times. So I just don't see any reason why when I'm looking at this team. Now, I could change in 3 weeks, go, nah, they don't have a chance. But when I look at this team now, I'm like, yeah, why can't they be in there with the other teams? They're right there with the other teams, if maybe not a little bit better.
No question, and they're already there in the standings because it's so compact at this particular point in time as well. All right, he's Tom Tolbert. I'm John Dickinson. It's Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. Let's let everybody know about our contest giveaway because we are giving away a couple of single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, which is coming up October 12th, 2024 at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Tune in between 2 and 6 p.m. when we give you the cue to call and then be the 10th caller to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. That's furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab official rules, KNBR.com. Here's the cue to call.
I've lost all the color to my hair.
Yeah.
And
well, white is all the colors.
No, rainbow is the color. Rainbow is my favorite color. And it was wonderful to prepare for this mission through the universes.
All right, so there it is, your cue to call. That's a great one. So listen for that when you hear it again. 10th caller, 415-896-5627. That's a pretty on-point cue to call today, Tom. Coming up,
love Bill.
Love Bill. Got it, absolutely. We're going to hear from Kyle Harrison. We're going to hear from Bryce Harper coming back on the other side. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. Did you gain respect for Harrison? Did Harper have a case to be upset? And what do you make of the Giants here in the last 2 weeks as they drop today's game but win the series against the Phillies? We'll talk about all of that. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. The Giants couldn't complete the sweep against the Phillies. They lose 6-1 today despite the loss. Are you still impressed with this team taking 2 of 3? You can call in now at 415-808-KNBR.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
So here's Harper. Harper's 0 for 3. And the pitch. And he hits Harper. And Harper's going to go out. And now we got a beat. And this is a good one, folks. This is as good as it's going to get for a while.
We got more people coming in, throwing. Michael Morris is taking up, keeping Worth out of the pile. And it's still going.
Yeah, well, it's Strickland that they're trying to calm down.
I mean, there's 4 guys trying their best to hold him up, and he's yelling, let me go, let me go. And now Mac Williamson's got him around the leg, and I think that's going to be where it stops.
Yeah, something about May 29th and an afternoon game in Bryce Harper at Oracle Park. That goes back May 29 of 2017. It was Memorial Day Monday with Bryce Harper still playing for the Nationals and Hunter Strickland drilling him, and those two going at it, and Jeff Samardzija knocking down Michael Morse, basically ending Morse's career with a concussion in that melee. And so it's Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. That was then, Tom. Let's hear what happened this May 29th, earlier this afternoon.
The 1-2, high and tight. Look out, Harper. And Harper's yelling out at Kyle Harrison. I mean, it was inside, but I'm not sure why he thinks Kyle would be throwing at him. I don't know what's going on with Bryce Harper. That wasn't up by his face. I would think that gets the juices flowing for Kyle here. Second and third, 2 down. And the 2-2 pitch. High and tight again. Okay.
Okay.
And now Harper, the umpire, is standing between Harper and Harrison. The Phillies are leaving the dugout, and so now some of the bullpens are racing in. Everybody's coming out on the field. All the while, Harper's just staring at Harrison. Nobody's doing anything yet. But everybody's coming into this field with Harper and Kyle Harrison in the middle of a stare down.
Yeah, so that today, Tom, and we'll hear from both participants coming up in just a second. But what is it about May 29th, man? Afternoon game, late May, Bryce Harper just goes off.
Well, look, the Hunter Strickland one was that was pretty much the beginning of the end of his tenure with the Giants.
Yes, it was.
Because they were like done with him at that point. It was like if you can't get him out, don't hit him because you can't get him out. Because Bryce Harper torched Hunter Strickland. I mean, hit rockets off of him.
And that was like a 2.5-year beef too. Like he waited 2.5 years to go after the guy, which is like.
Not only that, it was the beginning of the end of Michael Morse too, who went in to help him out and got the concussion, and that was it for him. The one thing I remember about that the most was Buster Posey not even taking a step towards Harper. He's like, bro, you wanted him, you got him. Go ahead. He just stood there and watched him run out because usually catchers run and try to grab the guy or do something. He was like, nah, I'm good. I'm not getting in that crap. You go ahead. Help yourself. And that was when I knew that he was probably in trouble. Like the team wasn't real down with that. This, of course, was much, much different. This was just a ball that he's trying to pitch inside and maybe got a little too far inside, but not as far as Harper made it seem. Again, I think a lot of that was the previous 2 at-bats where he struck him out, and he wasn't in good spirits. In fact, probably foul spirits. They showed the highlight of him, or low light, if you want to call it that, of him taking a bat to the bench in the dugout. So he was not thrilled anyway. And as you said, he wasn't hitting this series, so there was probably some frustration there. So comes up and in, and Bryce Harper takes exception because he's probably not in great spirits anyway. And then Harrison said, okay, here, chew on this one. Go ahead. Because there was a base open. I don't think he cared if he walked him anyway, so I'll just throw it up and in at him again. And that's where, and I love the bullpen jogging in too. Like, what are those guys going to do? Like, they jog in side by side too.
Get a little cardio.
Oh, it's
cardio.
hilarious. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, hey, you guys ready? All right, let's go. Open the gate. Let's do it. Jog in there, stand around a little bit, act like we're doing something, maybe bump into somebody, and then it's their bullpen guy. Hey, guy, you guys doing all right? Good? Family good? All right, cool. Let's just stand around, look like we know what we're doing out here. Okay, everybody's good. Yeah, Matt Williams got control of the situation. All right, let's get back to the bullpen. But it was pretty funny though. But I loved it. I thought it was so cool for a young guy. I mean, this is one of the established stars of the game. One of the best hitters in the game. Established star. And he not on my watch. Nope. If you think I'm going to go away on the next pitch, ain't happening. And again, I don't know if he meant to get it that high, that tight. I'm going to believe he did. And I'm going to keep believing that until somebody tells me otherwise, and then I won't believe him anyway. Because I want to believe that he just said, screw it. Eat this one. I didn't even try to do that one, but I'm going to try to do this one. So if you're gonna whine and yell at me and try to intimidate me or whatever you were doing out there, you take your frustration somewhere else because I ain't having it. So I thought that was the best part. And like for a young guy, the vets are like eating that one up. They're like loving that. Like, yeah, I love to see that. That's good. That's like old school stuff right there. Well, old school stuff would have been plant one in his ribs. It wouldn't even have messed around with going high and tight again. It would have been rib job. See ya. Take your base. If you want to get it on, let's go. But that was, that was pretty cool for a young guy to say, nope, not happening. Not here, not now. Take this one. And right back up and in, which made the next pitch very exciting, by the way.
Yes, it did.
Now he went way outside on that one. Harper didn't chase that one, and then he got him to ground out, and Harper wanted that one. Like, that became every at-bat's personal to some extent, right? I mean, one guy is trying to not embarrass the other, but, trying to get a hit or you're trying to get the guy out. I mean, of course, it's got to be personal at some level, but there's a little extra spice on that one. Like, Harrison did not want him to get a hit, and Harper did not want to get out for the third straight time. So that was the best at bat of the day. Now, I have no idea if Harper would have lost control of it and then went up and in again. Well, I know he would have got tossed. That's a given since both benches were worn. But he was like, nah, 2 was enough. Let's see if we can get him to swing at something on the little slider outside, and he couldn't. But he ended up getting him ground ball to short. But that was, I thought that was cool, and it was a nice little message, not only to send to them, but to send to the rest of your team. Like, I got you. No, we ain't taking that crap. Not at all. Not here.
No, that's the thing a future ace does. Basically, a young stud brought up to be.
That's what Bumgarner would have done.
No doubt.
He would have done the same thing. Absolutely same thing. Of course, he would have stared at him, too, and probably take a couple steps toward him.
And dropped his glove, probably.
Exactly.
Come and get it.
That's the type of pitch he would have thrown. Like, really? You going to pull that crap against me? I don't think so. So that was cool. That was very cool.
It was very cool. It comes with the Giants losing today, but taking the series. I think that still provides a little bit of positive mojo going, even off the loss. Let's hear, though, from both Kyle Harrison and Bryce Harper. First, Kyle Harrison on what the heck was going on.
I mean, I would have gone in again, and why not, we're trying to get guys out, and it's a spot where I thought I could get them, and, might have leaked a little too in, but really just focus on the baseball side and trying to execute. That's it.
Seems like one.
Did having the warnings affect you? Because, if you do miss it again, what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I had to be cautious of that for sure. And that's something that I've never even had. That was probably my first warning, so to be a little more cautious, definitely.
Were you surprised by his reaction?
Yeah, to an extent. I maybe missed a little in, but I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to get him out, man. He's a good player, so gotta put it in spots where he might not be happy.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was just a guy missing in. I mean, he's had the arm side command issues at different points in time, but like we've been talking about, the second one was, oh, you think I won't because you're yapping at me? Oh, yes, I will. And then, he went outside after the warnings.
No, he has. I mean, when he misses, usually right-handed hitters fastball who miss high and away. And we've seen that repeatedly. So, no, again, that was just and I like him anyway. He's like already one of my favorites. We talked to him about a month ago, and he's like an old school kid is what he is. No robo umps, none of that. He likes the old school baseball. So already I was like, all right, I like this kid. He's like early 20s, going on 38. Like he's already
grizzled. He's a little grizzled. He's a 22-year-old grizzled.
He's already halfway up the porch. He's like he's ready to take his place there soon enough. So no, but I love that when you just say nope, no, not gonna happen. So yeah, and I bet you even Harper would probably say after it was open, look, I probably reacted a little bit too much, but I wasn't hitting the ball that well. I already took I took 2 Ks against this kid, swung through fastballs I probably thought I should have hit, didn't. So I was a little frustrated, and that wasn't helping matters. So, I mean, I can kind of understand it from his standpoint as well. And then once the whole thing happened, you could just tell he was pretty calm. Like, he wasn't, like, enraged. He wasn't, like, super upset. It was like he calmed down a little bit. And I'm sure he probably thought about it like, look, I probably maybe overreacted a little bit. But it's easy to say guys overreact because it's not that close to them when you're not the one in the batter's box. And the ball's not going 93 miles an hour. And it's, if it's 10 inches away from your head, it probably seems like about 2. Because anything that goes any near your head at that speed, you're probably not super thrilled anyway. We have the luxury of sitting on our couches, watching it on TV, going, oh, what are you doing? That's not even close. But when you're frustrated to begin with and then something's coming at your head, you're probably not super thrilled about it. But I would think, maybe not, I don't know, but I would think after it happened and after, they won the game and he got a hit later on RBI single. So I would think after that he's probably like, nah, maybe I overreact a little bit.
Let's hear what Bryce Harper did have to say after the ball game.
It's just, kind of emotional at the time, right? He comes up and he wants to, not think about it.
Get in the face again. That's about it. Just don't want to get in the face. You get in the face, man, it's not fun. So, that's about it. He didn't mean to. Just fingers in.
All right, so
kind of hard to understand him with the music.
Yeah, they had a winning clubhouse soundtrack going.
Yes, they did.
Getting out of town and heading back home. But I think he just, to your point, I think he just got buzzed there a little bit up and in, and it maybe scared him a little bit. Some guys, they get a little freaked for a second, they get angry, and I think he has a little bit of a temper from time to time, and he wasn't exactly hitting well, and Harrison had already struck him out. And I also think he's trying to send a message as a veteran superstar player to a young guy that he's not going to be intimidated by going after him. And it was great that Harrison went right back at him. I think it was quality there. So 808 KNBR is the number if you want to join the conversation. We'll get to some calls coming back on the other side. Mark Spears is going to join us as well coming up at 4:50. So we'll talk some NBA with Spears. And a lot to get into. Juwan Jennings got paid by the 49ers. We'll get into all of that coming up here. It's Tolbert and Copes on a Wednesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. Tolbert and Copes. It's John Dickinson in for Copes. Tom Tolbert here. 808 KNBR. Giants lose 6-1, but they take the series. Talking about the Bryce Harper dust-up with Kyle Harrison. Let's get to the phones. Let's go to Sky on the Golden Gate Bridge here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Sky.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it was great to get front row seats to Harper. Getting frustrated, we could hear him raising hell in the dugout after his first strikeout. I didn't even see it, but you could hear it from the second level, and it was just really great to see a young pitcher not back down. And I feel like the Giants won the composure game. Also nice to see the old-timer coaches stand by their guys. And then also Wilmer Flores played great at first base all day, and it wasn't a routine throw to first on the ground out, and he made it happen. The momentum would have been really different if after that he had gotten out. So, yeah, it was great to watch. Great to be there. It was my birthday today, so happy May 29th.
Nice. Yeah, happy birthday. Good.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Very nice. Go celebrate tonight. Go do something fun.
Yeah, thanks, Guy. Appreciate the call there.
Get tanked.
Totally. Right? I mean, that's the only way, right?
Well, I'm too old now.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, she sounded young enough to get after it, for sure. So happy birthday to Sky. From Sky, let's go to Kitty. Kitty is next here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Kitty.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
I usually call Mr. Lasky, but, you know. And in the old days, Mark Willard. Come on, I go way back. Hey,
Way
know,
back.
I got to go. Oh, yeah, I go way back. I just wanted to say what brought memories back to me. I was at the game today. And do you remember Harper and when Pence had to break it up and Michael Morris's whole career kind of ended?
Yeah, we just played that highlight about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, when Hunter Strickland drilled him.
With Strickland, yeah. And I'm just like, I was right there. I was right by the dugout watching the whole fight. And remember when it just brought back this memory. But I'm like, I don't remember, you guys, and I wanted you to refresh my memory. When's the last time the bullpens came out? That was pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple times a year. I don't remember a specific instance, Tom.
I don't remember. That's taxing my memory bank. I can't even come up with something on that one. I mean, the last one I remember, and this is way, 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 way back.
Thanks, Kitty.
Was Giants Phillies in the playoffs when they came running out of the coming out of the bullpen. And I remember Affel tells a story that I think it was Mark Gardner grabbed him and said, "No, you're not going out there. You got to get warmed up. You're going to be going in the game." I think it was that Sanchez.
Yeah, that was game 6 in the 2010 LCS, the clinching game.
Exactly. Yep, and I remember that very distinctly. Everybody running out there, and then Appel saying, "No, Gardner made me warm up. I couldn't even go out there." So, but I don't remember the last time. It doesn't happen as much, and I got to admit, I'd be disingenuous if I didn't say that I miss it. Like I miss those baseballs. They're not. Are they good for sports? No. Are they good for the game? No. Guys get injured? Yeah, absolutely. Is it good for your team? Probably no, but they were fun. I mean, every once in a while you get like a Cardinals Reds that I mean some of those. I remember there was a Padres Braves one that was just bananas. Cubs Dodgers. I mean, every once in a while you'd get one. It's like holy smokes! Like these guys are going at it to the point where it's like, okay, now I am like a little like worried someone's gonna get hurt on this, but. Look, that's what I grew up watching every once in a while, a good baseball, but you don't get as much. You just don't. The athletes are different. The times are different. And you don't really see fighting. And not that you saw a lot of fighting in basketball, and I'm glad we don't, but you just don't. Even hockey, you don't see as much fighting in hockey. Occasionally you'll see a fight, but, you know, it used to happen all the time. In fact, teams used to have a particular guy on their team. They'd call it goon. He was like the guy, like your designated fighter that you would send out there, your Bob Proberts, Marty McSorley, Ty Domies, guys like that, Willie Pletz, the guys who would go out there. It's like, okay, you're going to mess with our guy? Now you got to deal with me. You don't see those guys anymore out there. And again, is it for the betterment of the sport? Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Like, fighting should be for UFC and boxing. But there is part of me that misses it, I got to say.
I'm with you on that. Did you ever have somebody want to go at you in any of your career ever? I mean,
we had.
There was a
one
little
in,
more of that back in
junior
that day.
college. We had one that was scary. 'Cause junior college, you never know what the hell is going to go on. Thank goodness it was Cypress College, so we weren't playing. Let's put it. Well, I won't say the schools, but you could guess some of the schools that were in our league that if we were playing down in those areas, I wouldn't have been all that thrilled. I wasn't all that thrilled to have this happen. But I just remember drilling this guy because he ran up behind me, and I didn't know what he was going to do. It was like when there's like guys fighting all over the place and fans, and you don't know what is in a guy's head. And I'm pretty sure he was coming to like help break it up or kind of be a peacemaker, and I just popped him, and he went straight down, and I felt kind of bad. I was like, oh, my bad. But I didn't know what he was thinking. So, yeah, it's not a fun situation to be in. Most certainly. College, no. NBA, no. Never had anything like that. I don't think I was ever on the court when we had anything like that. Like dust-ups, grab guys, or like the fake NBA fight where you square off and nobody does
But
anything,
nothing like where you turn your head and all of a sudden, like, it's two dudes squaring off and everybody trying to break it up.
I've never seen that before, like in person. I've never seen that. I can only imagine how freaked out guys were during the Malice in the Palace, because that was just out of control. That was fans and players, and it was wild. And I can only imagine the hackles on the back of your neck raising up on that, because you have no idea. You got to literally have your head on a swivel. So it's nothing that you want to get involved in. And I just, I try to tell people that it is stupid. There's no doubt about it. But, when you're performing in front of 15, 20, 30, 40,000 people, depending on what sport you're playing, and you're getting embarrassed out there, or you're frustrated for whatever reason. It could be something off the field that's frustrating you, and you bring it onto the field and something can tick you off. Things like that can happen, especially when you're playing for high stakes, the most competitive leagues in the world. Stuff like that can happen, but for the most part, we just don't really see that anymore. And again, I think the athletes are different. The times are different. It's just not a thing anymore. And guys get fined a lot more, too. So you get dinged up pretty good as far as fines and suspensions and all that. So it's a different time. And again, it's better. I'm not going to say, God, they should go back to that where we have baseballs. But I always tell people this. I always say, you can say that fighting is something that I abhor. Fighting has no place in sports. You could say all the things you want to say, but I defy you to watch a game and see a fight and get up and go get a beer during the fight. Nobody does it. Nobody does it. I always said that about hockey. I go, if they drop the gloves in hockey, you going to go grab a beer? Of course you're not. You're going to sit there and watch it. And then you're going to say, oh, they don't need to do that anymore. Now I'm going to go get my beer after the fight. Nobody leaves a fight. They're coming out of the bullpen. Look at them go. Okay, let me go get. Lines are going to be super short now. Let me get some popcorn and maybe a cha-cha bowl and go over there and everybody's going to be paying attention. No. Well, I mean, we all pay attention to the fights. I'm sorry. That's just who we are. That's part of the Homo sapien experience. Like, if most people, they just like, yeah, I can take it or leave it, or I don't like it. But when it's happening, oh, yeah. Of course I'm going to watch it. Of course I'm going to watch it. So, yeah.
There was one. It's funny. If you do the doom scrolling on Twitter or Instagram from time to time, I think it says something about me, because in their algorithm, I'll get a bunch of old baseball fights that'll just pop up as I'm scrolling. And there was one. This must have been, I don't know, late 70s or mid 80s. It popped up, and it was Ron Say playing for the Cubs, hits a home run at Wrigley. I think they called it fair. They couldn't tell it was fair or foul. They called it fair. Then they overturned the call. All the Reds guys were going at it with the umpire. And then I think it was Mario Soto starts going at it with Don Zimmer. And this is like in the 80s or the early 80s. And I'm thinking Don Zimmer, because obviously Don Zimmer with the whole Yankees, Red Sox.
Yeah. Pedro.
Like 20 years ago with Pedro.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, this was like 20 years at least before that. And I'm thinking, well, Don Zimmer was just involved in all of the like all of these different ones.
Don Zimmer's asking for it. He's like, I ain't afraid of that. I'm not afraid to get thrown down by my head by Pedro. And it was funny too, because I was thought Pedro got a bad rap for that. Like, oh, throwing down the old man. I'm like, well, old man, get out of the way. Stop engaging in the fight. I don't care how old you are. If you engage somebody in a fight, they are going to engage you. And I was like, Don knew what he was doing. And obviously Don has a scrappy past, so he was like, screw that. And that's back when that was a real rivalry. Those were fun games to watch because they genuinely did not like each other. Like, I'm pretty sure A-Rod and Veritek hated one another, or at least Veritek hated A-Rod.
Well, and that's to that point, like, do you think as much as, and I agree with you, it's you don't want to see fights and it's awful and you don't like it. Like, but I mean, have some of those rivalries lost a little of that because so much of that has been policed out of the game? Like, is that hurt?
Yeah, well, because I don't think they let players police the game anymore, which I completely disagree with. But that's just the way it is nowadays. They want to take all that self-policing out of the game. Like, I'm all for frontier justice, especially when it comes to baseball. Players will handle it. You let the players handle it, and there were no warnings back then either. Like, hey, you hit somebody, guess what? They're gonna get a crack at you, and then maybe they'll do something. But they weren't gonna you hit. Like, that's the worst. Especially when you know they're throwing at your guy on purpose and they throw at him and hit him. They go, warnings. You're just like, well, great. Now it's going to be hard to pitch inside, let alone hit him. Because if I hit him, I'm gone. Maybe I get suspended for 5 games, so miss the next start. So the punishments are a lot more penal now. You said penal. I always have to do that every time I say that word. But
Tom.
Thank you. It's just different. And again, I think growing up, guys just don't have the same attitudes that they once did. Because a lot of times back in the day, I don't think you knew all the guys you were playing against. When you were up in the league, you probably did at that point. But these guys, it's all travel ball, AAU. I mean, all these guys know each other. So I don't know that the animosity is quite there like it used to be. So I think there's a lot of things certainly that have changed, but I think the biggest one are the fine suspensions and then the warnings. That just didn't happen. There were like, again, you would usually get a crack at the other team, and I'm totally with that. Like, I've seen back in the day where a guy on one team gets hit, one of their better players, so the better player on the other team knows, I'm probably going to get hit. He gets hit. He just drops his bat and goes to first. Like, okay, it's over. We're done with it now. And now you get guys, crying and bitching and complaining on curveballs that are too close to him. It's like, what are we doing? Like, of course, he's not trying to hit you with a curveball. Like, who tries to hit somebody with a curveball? Nobody. That's who. But if it's close to you guys, get a little bent out of shape. And nobody got hit today, and there was a warning.
Right.
What's the warning for both teams?
Yeah.
Nobody even got hit. In fact, it was a foul ball. And because it was up and in, not all that close, but again, from Harper's standpoint, probably a little closer than he wanted. But again, it wasn't like buzz the tower an inch from his nose, and it hit his bat. So nobody even got hit. And they said, okay, that's it. Warning for both teams, probably because of score. In that situation, when the score is a little out of hand, you're like, yeah, they might just say, screw it. We're going to lose this one. Let's go ahead and drill somebody. Or the Phillies may say, we're up 6-0. Like, you always know when somebody's, like, hitting somebody. Like, let's see, 7-0, 2 outs in the inning, nobody on, pop. I wonder if he hit him on purpose. Gee, I don't know. They're down 7-0. There's 2 outs in the inning. You figure, okay, now's the perfect time. Like, most people that watch baseball can call that stuff. Like, okay, yeah, that one was on purpose. 1, it's going to be a fastball. 2, look at the score, maybe some history, and outs in the inning. Like, you usually don't see it to start off an inning. But if you get 2 outs, nobody on, oh, yeah, it's fair game at that point. Let's get after him. I'll just get the next guy. We'll be good to go.
All right, he's Tom Tolbert. I'm JD John Dickinson in for Copes. It's Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. Giants lose to the Phillies 6-1. Mark Spears is going to join us next. We'll switch gears. We'll talk some NBA. We'll talk some hoop. It's all straight ahead right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Seven years to the day, Hunter Strickland and Bryce Harper had their fight. Harper had a stare down with Kyle Harrison. Give us your thoughts on the interaction at 415-808-KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. You know about Honda's legendary reliability, fuel efficiency, and value. And I can tell you about all three of those things. Car is always in the driveway, never in the shop. The fuel efficiency is fantastic, and you get regular gasoline, save a little money at the pump, and boy, Hondas, you want to talk about holding your value. It's amazing how well Hondas hold their value. But you may not know about all the cool features that the Honda has. I drive the Pilot, been driving a Pilot for close to maybe over 10 years now, and different iterations of the Honda, but each and every one of the Pilots I've thoroughly enjoyed. You get the backup camera, the heated seats, the Apple CarPlay, Bluetooth, Pandora, Sirius, satellite navigation, and they're all easily connectable. It is not that hard. If I can figure it out, anyone can figure it out. And it's got a fantastic sound system. Want to pump a little Tool? I got that. Let's pump a little Tool. Questionable, but Tool's incredible. 3 songs, and I'm in the studio. And anyway, moving on before I screw it up even further, because that'll probably come back to haunt me. Anyway, great deals happening now on every feature-packed Honda at your NorCal Honda dealers. For more info, you can ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
John Dickinson, Tom Tolbert with you. We'll be with you right up until 6, so about another hour. Always fun to talk to Mark Spears, Anscape.com, who was in Dallas last night for Game 4, a Minnesota Timberwolves victory over the Mavericks, and now they head back to the Twin Cities for Game 5. Mark, what's going on?
Man, I thought I had a good, 5 days of rest before the finals. I was going to be chilling, riding my bike, you know what I'm saying? Just maybe go have a nice dinner in San Francisco. I don't know. No, you're right. I'm not.
No, that was a bad day for you for Cat's jump shot to join the party.
Oh, my goodness. He went from dead to alive, right? I kind of got the sense after Game 3, both of y'all know, y'all been in locker rooms, you played. You know when somebody's ready to go to Cancun, right?
Yep.
You could just tell. You could feel it after that game, right? And I just really got the sense that the Timberwolves, from the moment I walked into the locker room, that they were going to fight, that they had pride in this, that they were really upset that they hadn't won a game yet. And their margin of victory was the lowest or the smallest in this series. I don't know what the other series was, but there was only one that was more. So I think these guys are man, we're better than this team. We just keep blowing it in the end. And so yesterday was flipped. And you could see after the game yesterday, as soon as I walked in the locker room, you saw Anthony Edwards and Mike Conley, out of powwow, discussing things that they could do better. And I'm yeah, they really feel like they're going to make history. They really feel like they're going to be the first team to come back from 3-0. They're in it. They're trying to do it. And Mike Conley even said to me, he's hey, man, I've been playing for 16 seasons. This is the closest I ever got. This is his first Western Conference win. This is the greatest win of my life. I want to keep going. So I do expect them to compete tomorrow night in Minneapolis.
Well, there's a lot of different factors for, them winning that game and Dallas not. But really the main factor was the games have all been very close. And when it mattered most, last 5 minutes of the game, Luka and Kyrie made plays, made shots, made plays, lob passes, got to the free throw line, whatever it was. Last night they didn't. Aside from maybe that Luka 4-point play or the 3-point play, missed the free throw, and Cat and Anthony Edwards did. And that's really been the difference. That you look at the efficiency of Luka and Kyrie, they've been very efficient throughout the series. Anthony Edwards and Cat have not been efficient. Last night, they were, and if they can be efficient, I mean, down 3-0 is an awfully tough ask, but they only got one more game in Dallas if they can make it that far. So that's I'm going to say it's going to be obviously really difficult,
right?
But I'm not saying no. They'll put it that way.
Yeah. They're Mike Conley told me last night, we're the better team. We just got to play like it. And I also feel this is when the dog days of the playoffs come in. And this is why I kind of feel like Boston's going to be the favorite. Because now you're playing every other day, man. It's a hit on your body. Mm-hmm. So now Luka, you see, he's got that knee issue, and he's not getting 2 or 3. It's every other day. And now he's got to get on the plane. It would have been perfect for him to have won yesterday and got about 8 days off before the start of the finals. Perfect for him. Now Celtics, they're resting. Porzingis is going to get some practice in. Yep. I'm a rest person. I'm not take the rest, whatever. Get the rest, get healed. And my whole worry in time, I've said this in the beginning, the Western Conference is a battle royal. It's the old school 80s battle royal. Jimmy Superfly Snuka and,
Snuka.
jumping. jumping from the top and hitting junkyard dog, and they're just all fighting it out. And the Celtics are just sitting in the front row with a suit on, waiting for the winner to come out. Right?
Yep.
And I just feel like whoever wins the West is just going to be too beat up by the time they get to Boston.
Paul Orndorff, Roddy Piper.
I like Roddy Piper.
Oh, Piper was great. He was like one of my favorite ones. Piper's Pit. Oh, that was incredible.
Yeah, man.
He one time he had Snook on Piper's Pit, and he hit him over the head with a coconut. He said, "Racial overtones be damned. It's the '80s. I'm gonna do what I want to do on Piper's Pit." I was like, "Damn, Rowdy, you take it a little too far, didn't you?"
I'm like, man, you got a giant. That dude ain't never been to Africa. That dude's from Compton. You know what I mean?
It was Kamala. I remember Kamala, the Ugandan giant.
That was about as racist as you could make it.
Yeah, well, they had Kamala. They had Kamala on Tuesday Night Titans. They used to have a show on TNT, Tuesday Night Titans, and Kamala they put a chicken down on the floor. And Kamala grabs a chicken and puts it up to his mouth, and they cut to commercial break. They come back from commercial break, and there's like chicken feathers. No, not blood, but chicken feathers in his beard. And I was like, "Come on, you guys are going. You guys are going like, come on, wrestling. What is wrong with you people? Oh my God!"
And he did it.
He did it. Oh yeah. I'm sure he's from Lincoln, Nebraska. In Lincoln, Nebraska.
Hey, James, because the name was probably like James or something. Read this script. Let me see what you think. Let's do
dumb.
It.
Anyway, let's get back to you took me down that 80s wrestling road.
I'm sure he's proud of it now.
Oh, I'm sure he's super proud of it. I'm sure he is super proud. Derek Lively, what's his status?
Hey, I'll just say this real quick.
Yes.
Kind of like Jerry Rice with the fried chicken helmet. Like, come on, Jerry Rice. Man.
Come on, Jerry. Come on, Jerry. Come on.
Popeye chicken helmet.
What do you know on Lively?
I talked to him yesterday. I'm glad you asked about him. He's like, man, I want to play. If it's up to me, I'd play. They're not going to let me play. They're not calling it a concussion. Right. It's a neck injury. Okay.
Yeah.
But he said that, I mean, he more or less basically said he's waiting for them to clear him. I didn't see anything from him that suggests that he was having woozy or any issues, and he was just standing around like everything was normal. I don't think I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't play. Maybe game 6, if there is one, would probably be a good return. But I think with their lead, they could certainly err on the side of caution. And they brought Kleber back yesterday. He didn't look too great. Powell looks like, me and you went out there, tried to give him 20 minutes, you know what I mean? He looked like it was time to do something else. You know what I mean? Like, so I definitely think that had an effect on them and their rotation. And, you can only ask Gafford to do so much, right? And he needs a breather. So I definitely think Powell not being there had an effect.
You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader, into the final hour here, 5 o'clock hour, Tolbert and Copes on a Wednesday. Mark Spears joining us here as well. Spears, I got to ask you, what's your sense for just how the conference finals are being received with the Celtics sweep and the Timberwolves going down 3-0 to the Mavs and now 3-1? So it could still get competitive, but just kind of the lack of competitiveness in terms of individual games close, but series that aren't really all that competitive.
You know what? But I'll say this: like, the games have all been good. I mean, Boston's just better. To me, the whole Eastern Conference thing, when Giannis got hurt and Dame's hurt, like I was really looking forward to a Milwaukee showdown. Obviously, Embiid wasn't Embiid. New York just had too many injuries. The Eastern Conference was just beat up too much. So, but I respect Indiana for competing, and then obviously once they lost Halliburton, it was over. In terms of the West, I'm still like, I don't feel like tomorrow's going to be the last game. I feel like I'm going to be going to Dallas on Saturday for another game. So I almost want to kind of like caution the view right now because I mean, like I was like watching that game last night. I was like, this is good stuff. I know they're down 3-0, but I don't know if I've seen too many teams fight that hard down 3-0. Like I respect the Timberwolves. They got a lot of pride, man, and they really believe. It'll be interesting to see where we are next week. Like that's too much, but they really feel like they're going to figure this out.
Did they talk at all about the significance, if there was any, of Chris Finch standing up behind the bench?
In terms of
like standing up and just doing anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember if he's yelling at somebody, talking to somebody, but the fact that he hasn't stood up the entire series because of his knee, I wonder if they looked and went, "Oh, okay."
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, man. Dr. Ross did my surgery. I had the same surgery out here. Shout out to Dr. Ross. I think Jesus did this man's surgery because I was on crutches for 2 months. And this dude is standing up, walking everywhere. I asked him, I'm like, what did you do? Come on. Like, what is the secret? Did you sell your soul or something? There's no possible way this guy should be standing up right now. Walking around, walking in the press conference. It's just amazing to me. Or maybe I'm just a punk.
He just wants it more than you, Mark. He wants it more.
Yeah, he probably does.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't get 24-hour treatment like him too, so I'm guessing that he's getting treatment every time he turns around, right? Like you're with the Timberwolves, I think it kind of helps you, right? You know. But no, they're just from top to bottom, man. These guys are like, I think they're really like upset at themselves.
Yeah.
And like Cat was getting destroyed, so for him to show up yesterday, I think was big for him. He certainly saved a lot of face because he'd been awful the entire series. And there hasn't, like one thing that Conley told me yesterday, he's like, Mark, man, we haven't had a really good game from start to finish yet. We haven't had a solid game yet. He's like, if we somehow can play on that level, like maybe Cat finally showing up unleashes that. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we see a 7-game here.
I agree with you. I kind of agree with you. Just because they only have one more in Dallas, like they had home court to begin with, so that definitely helps. What do you make of the Celtics? Because while they swept Indiana, they could, in an alternate universe, be playing tonight down 3-1. I mean, those games were really close. Indiana just flat kicked one. Game one was they gagged that game away, right? And then game 3 and game 4, I mean, they just got out executed. Where Dallas they had their 2 stars making more shots than Minnesota's 2 stars in those games. It was really about team-wide execution, and Boston just executed way better than Indiana did the last 4 or 5 minutes. Hell, Game 4, they didn't score the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds of the game, but you can make a great case that for the first 43 minutes of every game, aside from Game 2, they outplayed them, and they were leading and looking good, and they just kind of collapsed. What do you make of that? Now, they're not playing with Porzingis, and everybody seemed to forget about that. I heard everybody say, well, you know, Halliburton's out and Boston's healthy. I'm like hell they are. They're missing their center. Are you kidding me? They're not healthy. But healthy enough, presumably, to beat Indiana, which they did. But again, you're kind of left wondering, aren't you? Like, still kind of, they're good, and they'll be favored, but they didn't really blow me away in that series.
No. The execution was great down the stretch, but you're right. Like, but I'm curious to see what happens if Porzingis is back. And here's the thing: let's assume Dallas does win, right? Like, how will Kyrie be in their environment? Like, it's the worst environment for Kyrie to play in.
Yes.
And that's not really probably been talked about. It will be if Dallas wins, but I don't know, man. I like to see his numbers in Boston since that trade. And he's definitely been playing great, but that's a sensitive place for him to play in. When you got to go in there and sage the gym, it's on your mind.
Yeah. And
they got the coldest environment in the NBA. Like, I think it's going to be tough for Kyrie for the games in Boston. But the one thing, to your point, that bothers me about the Celtics is they kind of play privileged, right? Like, they just know they're going to win. And they're 12-2, so they have, but you just wonder at some point, is it going to catch them? And they can't play like that once that West team shows up. They can't give up a game or, just because of lack of effort and focus and all that, because whatever team does come there is going to be ready to fight them. And they've had a charmed life in the playoffs so far. But I've been impressed by Drew Holiday's defense. He reminded me why that steal he had was masterful. That's one of the best steals I've ever seen. And to get it in that moment was crushing to the Pacers. Derek White's playing good. It's just like Boston just has a lot of weapons. The flip side of them is they're just so perimeter-oriented.
Yep.
That they live and die by the jump shot. So I'd like to see what would happen to them if they get punched in the mouth and lose game one, because they haven't really had any real adversity like everybody else this season. Like, how would they handle it? Other than Porzingis being out, so I'm if there is something about Boston that I'm concerned about is their mental toughness and focus.
Yeah. You don't think by chance there's a small possibility that if it is the Mavericks and the Celtics, when the Mavericks play in Boston, on the big screen they replay Kyrie stepping on the Leprechaun's head at midcourt? You don't think they might replay that one for him?
Oh, my goodness. They'll have the remix of it. They're going to be T-shirts. Like, look, here's the thing, man. Nobody wants a championship more than Boston fans. They want to be ahead of the Lakers. They want they call it Banner 18. Like, that's their theme. And if they win this one, they'll be talking about Banner 19. Like, they live and breathe and die on this stuff. And it's been, I was covering them the last one 16 years ago. And Tatum and Jalen, if they want to be in part of the fabric of Celtics lore, they got to win a championship. So I do think there's probably, in terms of winning a title, I don't know if any team faces more pressure than wearing that uniform in that arena.
Yep.
So there's certainly going to be a lot of pressure on them, especially after they've gotten so much rest and they're just kind of waiting along, So I just, like I said, mentally, I don't know, but I know if Kyrie's the guy coming in there, like, I actually kind of, in a sad way, I'm kind of worried about it for him. It's not going to be a pleasant environment. Tom, you played there. You know how that place is, man.
But I wasn't really good enough for them to get on, man.
Yeah, but you play with good players.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that but you heard stuff. But for him, like, they don't forget nothing.
No, it ain't gonna be pretty for him.
No, they're bitter about it. And they'll always be bitter about it. I don't know if there's any way, if you can't make them a promise. You know what I mean? And not come through. Like, when Kyrie said he was going to stay there and decided not to, I'm like, ooh, wrong place to do that. Wrong place to do that.
Because they got long memories. Very long memories. We'll have safe travels.
Like, Kyrie's kind of like the darling story right now. Till he gets to Boston.
Till he gets to Boston. Safe travels, my friend, and enjoy Game 5, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys.
All right, Mark. Take it easy, man.
Thanks, Spears. Mark Spears joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. Good stuff from him as always. We'll come back and we'll get into a little bit of 49ers. Juwan Jennings got paid. What does that mean for the 49ers? What does it mean for Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and everybody else? That's all coming up here. Tolbert & Cope, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. 49ers receiver Juwan Jennings signing a 2-year deal worth up to $15.4 million, $10.5 million guaranteed. What does that mean for Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
I've lost all the color to my hair.
Yeah.
And
well, white is all the colors.
No, rainbow is the color. Rainbow is my favorite color. And it was wonderful to prepare for this mission through the universes.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
2nd and 10, Niners up 3-0. Purdy going to throw a double pass. Back to Juwan Jennings. A throwback across the field to McCaffrey. He's got it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
CMC, enter the dragon, baby! 6 points on a trick play.
Juwan Jennings, that going back to the Super Bowl, of course, here on KNBR. Juwan Jennings gets paid. It's Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. JD in for Copes. Tom Tolbert, as always. Breaking news, Tom. 49ers sign a wide receiver to an extension, but not maybe the one that was stealing most of the headlines, although Juwan Jennings, a pretty freaking important player. A 2-year deal, $15.4 million is the high end. Of course, a lot of funny money in NFL deals. $10.5 million guaranteed. He had a tender for the next year, so they didn't do the tender, and they basically do the 2-year extension, which gets him the 10.5 for sure over 2024 and 2025. But Juwan Jennings, 3rd and Juwan, still a thing here for the next couple of years in the Bay.
No, good deal. I saw that earlier today, so I figured they'd probably figure out a way to get that done. And yeah, I mean, he's an interesting slot guy in that he's not the size of most slot guys. He's a bigger, more physical guy, and he's proven very valuable to this team, especially on 3rd down. So no, that was a good signing. I'm glad they got that done. And I'm going to give everybody a just real quick, everybody that's listening. If you want to get frustrated, I don't know why you would, but if you're just sitting around your house right now and you're thinking, you know what, I kind of want to get frustrated. I haven't been frustrated in a while. I want to get frustrated. 90% of you, I got the trick for you. It's a perfect solution to frustration. As my friend Tim Roy might say, frustration sensation. Go look in your Tupperware drawer. Go look in that and try to match up a lid and the bottom. And just go ahead. Go do it. I just got through doing it for 3 minutes, and I thoroughly just disgusted. I hate that. I hate that drawer with all the hate I have in my body. I hate our Tupperware drawer. No matter how many times I color-coded, I put everything in order, I buy new Tupperware, I throw it away and get new ones and go, okay, every top now has a bottom. Every bottom has a top. It just, at some point, the top disappears, the bottom's gone, I can't find it. There's like 9 different styles of, I don't even remember buying 9 different styles of lids. I do not remember. A red one, a blue one, a clear one with blue handles. And I have no idea where these things are coming from. And they match nothing, like zero. And specifically, now I can find matches, but I can't find them for the one I want at the time. It's impossible.
Sure. You have to almost lay them all out at this end.
So you end up
and match them up.
You end up like with saran wrap over Tupperware. And that defeats the whole purpose of Tupperware, is having saran wrap over your Tupperware. So, good. If anybody wants to get frustrated before they spend their evening watching whatever you're watching, I'll probably be watching hockey. But if you're going to just go do that. Go enjoy. Find something. Or just go in there and go, you know what? I want to get better. I want to get better for a little bit. Let me go look at my Tupperware drawer and see what's going on down there. Enjoy. God, I hate that drawer. Everything.
Freshness, that's our promise. Look at all the ways we keep it.
I want to flame that drawer, man. I just want to flame it. I should buy new Tupperware, but it's going to end the same way 6 months from now. It'll be the same damn thing.
At some point, you start over, and then you end up starting over like a year later.
God. Hate it. Oh, God, it's so frustrating. It is so. So what I end up doing is putting like Lori made some stir fry today. So it was like, and I end up like, I wanted to put the stir fry in there, but I end up getting like, it's way too big. So now it's going to take up room in the fridge, and like there's going to be like a little smattering of like stir fry, and like the bottom of this like gargantuan Tupperware, where it doesn't even rise above like a quarter of an inch. It's just enough to coat the bottom of the Tupperware and put it in there. And about 5 spoonfuls later, I'll have to wash the damn Tupperware. And then you put it in the dishwasher, and it takes up half the dishwasher when you put it in there. So then you just got to hand wash it. It's like, what am I doing? I mean, I'm taking up all the room in the dishwasher with this stupid, massive Tupperware that I didn't even need, but it's the only one I could find a lid for, a top, because no one uses it because it's too big. There. Enjoy.
You ever just throw it in without the top? Like, I'll do that. I'll just say, you know what, I'm just going to throw it in without the top.
What are you, a barbarian?
Can't find the top, so I'm just putting it.
Can you like Cro-Magnon? I mean, at least saran wrap that thing. What are you doing?
I'll be like, you know what, I'm going to eat it. It can be in there overnight. I'll eat it in the morning, or I'll eat it tomorrow morning. I have done that.
That's uncivilized.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Tom's takes on saran wrap.
God.
JD the Ogre just throws it in there uncovered.
It's supposed to be so easy. Tupperware is supposed to make it easy for you.
It is,
and it isn't. It really isn't.
You got to go red for circles, blue for squares, and clear for rectangles.
I should do something. You know what would be a fun? Like, I should think about doing this. I might think about doing this just as a prank. I might go someplace and buy some rogue Tupperware tops, like about 8 of them. Just get 8 of them, random colors and random sizes. And then when I go over my buddy's house, I'll sneak into the kitchen, go to their Tupperware drawer, and just like throw 3 of them in there. And then I'll go to the next buddy's house, so 3 more in there. I mean, it just short circuits the whole machinery at that point, because it's like, what does this go with? It's going to go with nothing, but I'm not going to tell you it's not going to go with anything because I want you to feel my frustration. Here, have a top that goes with nothing, because I feel like maybe somebody's done that to me, and I'm just now realizing it. Like, where is this red top coming from? It's the only red top in there. That is it. I have one red top in there. And that one should have, maybe somebody threw away the bottom and then throw the red top just to screw with me. I have no idea, but that is a great prank. Now, I'm not going to be there to see it, which kind of takes away the point. But anyway, it would be a fun prank, especially if you're there to witness them and all their glorious frustration looking at tops that they have no bottom. No bottom. Thank you.
So,
shut up, Tim.
Juwan Jennings doesn't get huge money, but he gets paid before Ayuk. Should Ayuk be as frustrated as you are with these Tupperware tops? You don't have to answer that.
No, because he's getting paid $28 million regardless. He's going to get his money. I'm not going to get my Tupperware tops. I'm not going to figure it out. But he's going to get paid. And look, I've said ever since this became a deal, they're going to sign him because that's what they do. They draft, they develop, and if you're important to them, they keep. But if you're going to start outpricing yourself and you think that you're going to get, like, if he's expecting to get or wants more money than Amon-Ra St. Brown, then I'd have to say, why? Why you did, like, that to me was like the sweet spot right around there. Like, he's not getting. I don't care. I don't know if they're waiting until Jefferson signs to try to go, well, we'll go in the middle there. Nah, if I were the Niners, I'd be like, no, we're not. No, we're not going.
I think Ayuk would love the middle there.
I'm sure he would.
I think he would love that.
I bet he would. I think we're getting to a point now where I think you almost have to question whether it's prudent to pay that type of money for a wide receiver. Because I've firm been a believer that drafting wide receivers in the first round, while not a waste, because it's certainly not, you can do better. Because we've seen wide receivers that are really good wide receivers get drafted in the second round, in the third round, in the fourth round. I mean, sure, you go over the top wide receivers in the game, like the best wide receivers in the game. Chase is one of them. Jefferson's another one. First rounders. Tyreek Hill's one of them. I think he was like a fifth rounder, fourth or fifth. I think he was like in the middle part. I can't remember exactly. Maybe he was second. I'm not sure. I don't think he wasn't a first though. Cooper Kupp, third rounder. Both Ayuk and Debo. Well, Ayuk was first rounder. Debo was early in the second round. So you start looking at the receivers. You're like, do we really need to spend $30, 32, 35. I'm assuming Jefferson's going to get damn near 33 a year if Amon-Ra St. Brown's getting what he's getting. But I thought when Amon-Ra St. Brown signed and Devontae Smith signed, like, okay, you got a good little baseline there of like what the range you're looking at here. But like if he wants to get paid like a top 3-4 guy, then you might have to draw the line at some point and say, you know, we're just going to franchise you. And the problem with that is he's probably not going to be real thrilled, and the price is only going to go up. The price doesn't go down.
Right. That's almost you'll get what you get for the year, and then we're going to have to figure out what to do with you, and it's not going to be here.
I mean, remember people were saying, "Oh my God, Jimmy Garoppolo is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL." What, for like 2 months, and then like a year or two later, he was right in the middle. Right in the middle. Because I mean, it's always going to keep jumping up. So if you sign him now, you're probably going to end up saving money, unless you just plan on not signing him at all. So I don't know. I still think they'll get it done because they generally do when they want somebody, and he's one of the best. I don't know if I put him in the top category. Like your top category is who? Hill, Adams, Jefferson, Chase. Those probably like the top 4 maybe.
I think so. Yeah.
And then I'd put him in there with A.J. Brown. He'd be in there in that group. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Cooper Kupp. I mean, not Cooper Kupp anymore. He didn't have a great year last year, but there was probably a couple others out there that you put in that second group, and that's what I think you're looking at. Because again, I don't know that I think he's as good as those other 4. Like, he's really good. There is no doubt about it. Don't get me wrong. And I really like having him on the team, and I think he's an important piece of the team. But with salary cap sports, you always got to look at, okay, what are we giving up now? Kyle Shanahan said it a few months ago. We can sign whoever we want to sign. We can get what we want to get, but it's an equation. Okay, what are we giving up to get that? We want to send this guy? Okay, we're going to have to cut back at certain points because, well, we got to be under the salary cap. So do you want to invest that much money in your wide receiver group? Maybe it'd only be for a year, because I'm certain if they signed him to a $30 million a year deal, Debo probably gone the following year, because I just don't think you can have 6. Maybe you can.
That's where it's trending. I think Ayuk's going to get paid, and then this is the last Debo year.
Yeah,
I think that's where it's going.
What are A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith making together? They got to be damn near $60 million a year, I would think. Isn't Devontae about 25 and A.J.'s around 30?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, that's a ton of money for your wide receivers, and that's the thing about football. How do you prioritize? We take quarterback off the table because he's number 1. But then where do you go from there? What's the next most important position? Is it defensive end? Is it left tackle? Is it wide receivers? I mean, those would be the 3 obvious ones. And then where do you go from there? We haven't even talked about now, I haven't read anything about this. You might know better than I would. Well, you would, because I don't know. Has Christian McCaffrey showed up?
No, he was not there this.
Maybe he
week 2.
wants to get a little more money too, the way they're kind of using him. So even though he's still under contract, who knows where that one stands? I mean, this is always the issue with teams that are really good, is you guys want to get paid, and you have to start making decisions. The Chiefs made decisions, and they still won, but you got to make decisions at some point, and they prioritized. Would they prioritize quarterback? Obviously, they prioritized Jones, and they prioritized Kelsey. Those are like the 3 guys they prioritize. They're like, all right, we'll just fill in the rest. And they hit the draft perfectly. Had a lot of young defensive backs that were really, really good. And they said, no, we're not going to give Hill this money. We figure, Mahomes can work with just about anybody. And so far, they're right. So the Niners are going to have to make that decision at some point. Where are our priorities? What are our priorities? And what are we going to have to do without?
And ultimately, I think, how good Brock Purdy is as a standalone. You can win 10 games every year.
Absolutely.
With him as the guy that gets paid, I think is a huge part of that. Soup du jour coming up next. It's Tolbert and Copes, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson in for Copes. Tom Tolbert. Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. Giants lose earlier to the Phillies as they drop the series finale. 6-1 the final, but the Giants do take 2 out of 3. They've won 10 of the last 13. Off day for them tomorrow. Yankees at Oracle Park over the weekend. Tom, what's the soup, man? What's the soup, brother?
Soup. I'm talking into my phone. Soup. This was an interesting one. Let me pop it up here. Well, this one, just a light soup for everybody. It was a sad day. We know Big Bill passed away yesterday, and that was indeed truly sad for a lot of people. It was fun doing the show, reminiscing and all that. But
Tom, are you there? Hello?
Yes, he will. He would definitely be missed. I'm not sure who is going to miss this guy. I know the jailer will not miss this guy. Henry Earl passed away at the age of 74 after more than 1,500 arrests. 1,500. My man was arrested 1,500 times. And as you may surmise, if you're getting arrested 1,500 times, it's probably not for real serious stuff. And it wasn't. Alcohol-fueled public, disorderly in public, in public intoxication, stuff like that. My man did not stop, though. He got put in, and then got back out, and then got put in again. For his 1,500 arrests, said he averaged about 4 days in arrest. So 6,000 days in jail on 1,500 callers. So
wow.
He was a local celebrity, though. He was affectionately known as James Brown. Get on up.
That's amazing.
James Brown, just outside of Lexington, 1,500 arrest.
Did I get that right? That's about six. He actually spent 16 years. Is that? Did I do that was bad math? He didn't spend 16 years, did he?
Yeah, that's probably about right, because 10 years would be, 3,650 days. So, yeah, that's probably all right, 16 years. So, yeah, 4 days a pop at 1,500 arrests. I'm thinking he just went in there for a meal. Like, yo, man, I'm hungry. And
Totally.
go out here and get arrested, and then go to the pokey, get myself some hot gruel, and we'll be good to go. This one, Lancaster... and I'm not sure. I don't know if this is England, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's also Lancaster, California. There's an arrest warrant out for a man who broke in. It was a weird deal. Guy just broke into a home and messed stuff up. Went in there, destroyed some items, stereo, took some lotions out and just sprayed it everywhere, cut cords on the electronics around the bedroom.
Did he mess with any Tupperware?
No, he did not mess with nobody messes with Tupperware. Even the criminally insane, they do not mess with the Tupperware. Poured liquid on gaming consoles, just made a mess of the place, and then came back and did it again, and they didn't catch him. So how did they know who he was? Man made himself at home, fell asleep on the couch. He was tuckered out after destroying their homes. I thought he'd catch a little shut eye on the couch. They came home, and I guess he got away. Obviously, they must have been quite startled.
Woke up just in time.
They saw their house a mess, and then saw my man just snoozing on the couch. And so, definitely not a criminal mastermind. But he is wanted for criminal mischief and burglary. San Diego police officer Anthony Hare had to resign after locking himself in the back seat with a female detainee. Very strange. So he arrests this woman, and she really wasn't having it. So she's in the back seat, and she was trying to hit on him, to see if maybe there's anything she could entice him with. The old Gilbert Gottfried thing. Do I have something in this hand that'll make you forget about something in this hand? There's something over here that'll make you forget about something over here. She said...
That's one way to put it.
Yeah, she told him. She goes, let me close that stupid window. She said, you're not too bad. What's it going to hurt me if I work the system? You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. You single? He goes, yeah, but you're not. And then she said she is down to, the word
DTF?
For get it on right now. He goes, don't say that right now. Don't say that right now. Everything's being recorded. I got my camera on. That's a very good officer. You have your camera on. Unfortunately, he turned it off at some point. Had to call a fellow officer to come let him out, because when the door shut, it locked. Oh. And he's stuck in there with the female prisoner. Had to call another officer to come let him out of the car. So that was a problem. But that wasn't the only.
Now it's got to go on the record.
Yeah, that wasn't the only. If it would have ended there, like he tried to say that I thought she was injured. I went back there to check on her while she was in the back seat, and when I got in the back seat, the door shut, and that was the end of it. Well, not quite the end of it, because we're going to find out why his camera was turned off. He had what I like to call a slang term for people of the Navy. He had traces of it on his belt, and so if anybody can follow along with that, there you go.
The cocaine train.
Yeah, so that did not help his case. Did not help his case one bit. He has been criminally discharged from the police department. So, look, all you had to do is stay out of the back of the damn car. You had a nice job. You're with the police department. You're good to go. Of course, these are the type of people that, we don't want them in the police department to begin with. So, it's good for the public at large. But for this gentleman, all you had to do is say, no, not getting in the back seat. I don't know what not going to happen. Not going to happen. And then move on with your day. Nah, you didn't do that, did you? You tried to set it up by saying, no, don't say that. We're on camera. Problem was you ended up turning your camera off, which usually a pretty good sign that you're up to something nefarious. And you would have got away with it, too, if you would have thrown the belt away. They Monica Lewinsky'd you. They got the belt, and you were in trouble, and all of a sudden you were out of a job. But good news, you can see her now all you want. You're good to go in that regard. So I guess there's part of the story that's a win for this officer, but no longer protecting the fine city of San Diego.
Wow. That's your soup du jour for a hump day.
Yeah, he's not protecting or getting served or serving her and serving anybody for that matter. So yeah, that's just too bad. See, I hate when stuff like that happens to good people.
Yeah, I'm rarely speechless, but I think today's soup left me a little speechless.
Fantastic.
Left me speechless, Tom. All right, we'll come back. And, we'll talk to Kerry Crowley. We'll see what he's got coming up on tonight's Sports Phone. It's all straight ahead right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
49ers wide receiver Juwan Jennings signing a 2-year deal worth up to $15.4 million with $10.5 million guaranteed. What does that mean for Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
A lot of people haven't filed tax returns for years. And the number one reason is people just don't have the money to pay it. Second biggest reason is they don't have the records. Both of those are okay. If you don't have the money to pay it, we want to make a sweetheart deal for you. If you don't have the records, we get all the records the IRS and the state has on you, bring you up to date. We'll make a deal for you. If you can't pay the taxes, that's okay. There's a lot of good options. We'll explain everything for you. We want to do everything for you. And when we're done, you put your tax problem in the rearview mirror. You can sleep at night, go about your life like you've never done this. And the only thing you have to do is give us a call.
All right, thanks, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 1-88-TAX-DEAL or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
It sound right, boys.
Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
right, final segment. JD for Copes. Tom Tolbert, Tolbert and Copes here on a Wednesday. Kerry Crowley coming up top of the hour. And also want to let everybody know comedian Bill Burr joining the morning show tomorrow, 8 a.m. Tune in live on KNBR YouTube or Twitch for the interview. So that will be fun. Tom, the Cleveland Cavaliers have been granted permission to interview Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson as well as Pelicans assistant James Borrego for their head coaching job. Cavs going through the interview process, that via Woj here in the last half hour. So, I think it's getting to be that time for Kenny to get another shot somewhere, and could be Cleveland.
No, I like him. I think he's a really sharp mind, good coach, brings a little more of the analytical side to the Warriors bench. So I think that's a good thing. They have a nice combination with, Steve doesn't really, I wouldn't call him analytical. He uses it and tries to figure out what makes sense. And Kenny kind of brings up a lot of that stuff and how that stuff kind of fits. But if they lose him, they'll probably try to get someone like him, someone who's a little more pays attention to the analytics. So that would be a loss. There is no doubt about it. He's a really good coach, and I think he deserves another head coaching job. I thought he did a really good job with the Nets when he was there. That wasn't an overly talented team, but they played well, and they played well together. So wouldn't surprise me if somebody hires him relatively soon. I think he was rumored to get the Hornets job last year and then thought, Charlotte, Bay Area. Charlotte, I'm going to stick with the Bay Area and see how it goes.
No-brainer there.
Cleveland, Bay Area,
yeah,
I mean, obviously we're going to be biased on this one, but I think most people...
But a better team, potentially.
Much better team, yes. That's the difference. You're going to have a chance there. Like, you take the Charlotte job, you're just saying, give me the contract, and I'll probably never see a second contract here. And when you've already got let go from one job, you want to make sure the second one's a good one. You don't want to be the guy that keeps bouncing around because you only get so many chances, and you want to have a shot. I'm sure he'll want to know what they're going to do with Donovan Mitchell, what the plans are in that regard. Do they want to stick with the two bigs or maybe move along from Jared Allen and go with the one big? So who knows? But I'm glad he's getting another opportunity to interview for a job, and he'll get one, though. He's a sharp dude, no doubt about it.
Kerry's going to join us here in just a second. I did want to get your take on Jared Allen a little bit because his name has come up, whether it's Warriors having interest and potentially, Wiggins being a fit for Cleveland. That's been a topic here the last week or so. Just what do you think of Jared Allen, though, as a player? I'm
a big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan. And I think he'd be really good with the Warriors. Now, the only problem is, he'd be really good with the Warriors of, 4 years ago, where they had, outside shooting, and Clay was a sniper, and Steph was still, he's still kind of Steph. He's not that far off from prime Steph, but they're not a really good perimeter shooting team. They're okay, and they never were great. They were good, but they had, when they had KD, Steph, and Clay, it was like, oh, these guys are amazing. It's like, well, they have three of the best of all time. That's why they're amazing. But it wasn't like they had seven dudes. When you look at a team like Boston, Jaylen Brown and Brunson aren't snipers from beyond the three-point line, but they're, 35, 36, 37, which is fine. But the rest of the team, you bring in Hauser off the bench. You bring in Pritchard off the bench. Horford's a big that can hit a 3 for you. Porzingis is a big that can hit a 3 for you. You just go on down the line. That's a team that has a bunch of dudes that can snipe you. And then the same with the Pacers. They're the same type of team. They have a bunch of dudes out there that can hit threes. The Warriors never really had that. It was just Steph and Clay made up for everything. They were so good, they just raised your team average because they took most of your threes, and they were two of the best shooters in the game. Well, Clay is no longer that guy. And when you think about last year, the team they had, Chris Paul ran hot and cold from three. Porzingis ran a little hot and cold from three. Mostly he was good, but he wasn't a volume guy. Wiggins was pretty brutal from three last year after a few really good years. Kuminga is not good at shooting the three ball right now. Moody's okay, but he doesn't get a ton of looks, so it's kind of hard to get into rhythm, all that. Draymond was really good for him last year, but you're not really counting on him to do that again. Like, okay, he's going to be part of our three-point arsenal that we can throw out there. So if you get Allen, and if you have to give up some of your younger guys, and maybe Wiggins is one of them, well, now you're going to have to look at, okay, how do we replenish that shooting? Because Allen's really good defensively. He's really good at setting those picks, roll into the bucket. Defending the bucket, he'd be incredible in the dunker spot for this team. Like, ideally, when you look at this team, like what it can be, what it has been in the past, Jared Allen's like, he maybe right behind what Bogut was, is your prototypical Warriors center. Like, Bogut was the prototypical Warriors center. He was athletic, he was smart, he could pass, he was nasty. Like, all the stuff that maybe they didn't have on the perimeter, he gave to them on the interior. But what you really want is a guy that could run the court, defend other bigs, protect the rim, be in the dunker spot. And he can do all those things, and he does them at a high level. It's just you have to ask yourself, okay, what are we giving up, and does that make us a better team? Because every move this offseason's got to be a move that you make where you think that'll get you in the top four. Like, okay, we got to get in the top four, got to get home court. Okay, you got to be better than probably Minnesota next year. Gonna be tough. Got to be better than OKC next year. Ooh, that's gonna be really tough because they're going to be better than they were last year. Okay, where are the Clippers gonna be? I always say they're the Clippers. They'll figure out a way to screw something up, or somebody get hurt. They'll just go ahead and just be the Clippers. That's all everybody asks, and usually they comply. Dallas, the way they're playing right now, you look at them and go, well, that's a top 4 team. If the Pelicans could ever stay healthy, that's probably a top, maybe not 4, 5, 6. So the West is not getting easier.
You haven't even mentioned Denver.
I know I haven't even mentioned Denver, the reigning champ. So that's a top 4. So that's the question you're asking yourself with the moves. Not can we get to 5 or 6 and maybe give ourselves a puncher's chance. Can we get in the top 4 and give ourselves a realistic chance to win a couple rounds? And then once you get to the conference finals, who knows at that point? And it's just going to be really, really hard. I think people are really having a hard time coming to grips with the team aging. It happens. I mean, it happens. I said it many times this year. This is the natural life cycle of a dynasty, right? What they did, teams don't do. Like, they were... That wasn't just a dynasty. That was one of the best dynasties in the history of the game. The way they played, how good they were, especially the KD years. It just doesn't last forever. Like, to just replenish and keep turning it over. Like, everybody's like, well, the San Antonio model. It's like, well, okay, San Antonio had Duncan and Robinson, and then did a really good job of drafting Parker late first, Ginobili in the second, and then made a trade with George Hill and got Kawhi 15. All right, if you could pull something like that off, then, good luck. If that's what it takes to get 17 years of 50-plus wins. Okay, the Lakers had their down years too when they drafted really high. I mean, they had Ingram, they had Randall, they had Ball. I mean, they had some Hart. They had some really good players. Kuzma, really good players, but they're all young. Didn't really perform until they got LeBron and AD and won the championship. I mean, it's hard to stay at the top because guys get older and then they lose their value. And I said it a bunch last year. When you decide you want to keep your players, as they clearly do with Steph, Clay, and Draymond, this is what happens. They start losing their value. People don't want to pay what you want in return for those players because they're not as good as they once were. So you're kind of like, okay, they're our guys. And I don't blame them. I do the same thing. They helped you win a championship. They helped get that building built. I mean, that's why the reason they're worth 4, 5, 6, 7 billion, whatever it is. So you want to reward those guys. This is the price you pay. This is the price you pay. I mean, it doesn't go on forever and ever and ever. And I think Warrior fans expect, of course it's going to go on forever. Well, and look, if you were a fan before 2010, you realize that it doesn't go on forever. And if this is going to be the end, then you got to try to figure out a way to transition and get that 17th year, 15th year, 13th year. Like, how do you get to that point where you are a playoff team, like a legitimate playoff team? Like, I don't think people really understand how hard what the Spurs did was. Like, I think it was 17 years of 50-plus wins. Like, that's a joke to be that good for 2 decades. 2 decades. And then look what happened to them. They crashed. Like they face planted. At some point, you're probably going to face plant. You just understand that. You're going to pay the piper at some point. At what point do you want to pay the piper? How do you want to pay the piper? And I think Warrior fans are like having a hard time coming to grips. Like, oh, if we just do this, we could be right back there. We could do this. We could win this. We could do that.
Kuminga can be this. And
it's I'm not saying they can't, but it ain't that easy. It really isn't when your main guys get a little bit older and they're just not as good and not as valuable around the league, and you ain't trading the one. That ain't happening. That guy's going to retire a Warrior unless he says at some point during his career, I'd really like to go here and finish out my career. That's the only way they would do it. But I can't even imagine that with the life he's built here. So, hey, go back and stick in old DVDs of 17 and 18, all right? Enjoy those. I mean, you always have those. Those aren't going anywhere, and you have more than most NBA fans will ever have. Most NBA fans will never get to enjoy what Warrior fans got to enjoy for 8 years. 5 straight finals and then 1 in 22 against the most storied franchise along with the Lakers in the NBA. You should just consider yourselves lucky, maybe not satisfied, but lucky, and just say, you know what, that was amazing, man. I'm just going to enjoy my championship T-shirts and my DVDs and my pillowcases and call it a day.
That's what Kerry Crowley does every night after he gets off the air. He goes back and he watches the YouTube clips of the 2017 and 2018 Warrior Championship runs. Kerry, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, it's kind of a pastime for me. I do that, and I read through old media guides my parent gave me for Christmas, which Tom knows. Tom knows well. Yeah. So a lot of excitement in my life these days, gentlemen.
Yeah, I can see. Very, very, very exciting. Before we let you go, what'd you think of Kyle Harrison coming up and in not once, which I think was a mistake, but the second time, which I do not think was a mistake, saying, you know what, I'm not putting up with that.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you don't love Harrison's outing today. 12 hits allowed, 4 runs. The Phillies have kind of beat him up, but what you do love is that he wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of one of the premier stars, guy that he was probably in 7th or 8th grade when Bryce Harper was bursting onto the scene in Major League Baseball. And so I think, like, if you're a Giants team that's looking for a tone setter, Logan Webb has always been the tone setter, and Kyle Harrison has kind of, stuck under his wing at spring training, did so last season when he was up for a little bit, and clearly he's taken after him with the demeanor. And I heard you guys earlier talking about how it was kind of Bumgarner-esque, but Bumgarner would have dropped the glove. I think this is what you look for in a pitcher in terms of, hey, you know that eventually 24, 25, 26 years old, he's going to figure it out with his stuff. But if you had the right mentality, that's going to take you a long way. And the Giants have already seen that this season.
No doubt. No doubt about it. What do you got going on tonight?
Not much. We're just going to open up the phone lines, 415-808-KNBR. Yeah, you know me, Tom. Yeah, I never plan too much.
I'll figure it
out. Like
How
your
much
good
do you
friend,
hate Bryce Harper, 808-KNBR, till 9 o'clock? Bring it.
Yeah, exactly. We'd be going until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning if that was the question. So we'll take calls on Bryce. We'll take calls on Kyle Harrison. What the Giants should do with Marco Luciano. I think that's a big debate right now. And kind of what they do with the shortstop position for the next, 50, 60 games until they get to the trade deadline. So I think they're at a crossroads, as they always seem to be after a 3-game series. They just happen to have won 10 of their last 13 games. So it should be maybe a happier show tonight, but maybe I'm overestimating things.
Gary will make it dour just for the hell of it.
You know me.
Have a great show, Gary.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Right. Gary's going to take you right up until 9 o'clock. We want to thank our guests today. Mark Spears joined us. Thank you to Derek. Thank you to Tim. JD, thanks for joining me, man. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, Tom. Thanks, man.
Have a good night, JD. All right, Copes will be back tomorrow. He'll be back in the fold tomorrow. So we will have a full show for you, getting you ready for the Yankees and the Giants. Yankees come to town this weekend, so we'll talk about that a little bit for you. Maybe there's no NBA to talk about because, well, there's no Eastern Conference Finals anymore. It's over. So anybody want to get into the Oilers and the Stars, I'm your man. I'll be ready to go tomorrow. That'll be less than one person. All right, coming up next, Kerry Crowley right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
It's time For you to sound off. For you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Goodbye!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening, talking Giants baseball here on The Leader. A 6-1 defeat at the hands of the Philadelphia Phillies this afternoon at Oracle Park. But the Giants take the series. They win 2 out of 3, including a dramatic extra inning walk-off win on Tuesday night. This is a Phillies team that crushed the Giants at Citizens Bank Park just a few weeks ago on a road trip that was really a low point for this team. Lost a lot of players to injury. There were questions about kind of the direction of where they'd go, and they were unable to get back to 500 for, I don't know, maybe a month and a half there. And then all of a sudden, Giants start to pick things up during their last homestand. They win on Wednesday night of that homestand against the Dodgers. Logan Webb led them to a 4-1 victory. And since that time, the Giants have done quite a job. 10 wins in their last 13 games, and you include today's loss in that calculation. And so the Phillies are a great team. They're going to win their fair share of ball games this year. They already have. I think, their pace is, if not equivalent to what the Giants were on back in 2021, the 107-win seasons. It's darn near close, and they will continue to rack up wins because they play in an NL East that boasts the Nationals, the Mets, and the Marlins. And I don't know if anyone has seen the video of Mets reliever Jorge Lopez coming off the mound this evening, but he used some expletives to describe himself as the worst pitcher in Major League Baseball. He tossed his glove into the stands, and it does not sound like he will be a New York Met. I don't know, in a few hours from now. Maybe the Mets have already made that decision. And so it kind of pales in comparison to what we saw today at Oracle Park. Well, it doesn't pale in comparison. It is, it's just an interesting juxtaposition to what we saw at Oracle Park, where we had Tempers Flair, and you had Bryce Harper, and you had Kyle Harrison, standing out there on the middle of the diamond. And what, for my money, is one of the worst benches clearing situations you could possibly have, because you had not only both dugouts clear out onto the field, you had both bullpens clear out onto the field. You had the relievers jog in, and absolutely nothing happened. Bryce Harper insisted after the game that he wasn't even all that mad at Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison obviously was not trying to throw up and in at Bryce Harper, wasn't trying to hit Bryce Harper in that situation with 2 runners in scoring position, trying to get himself out of an inning in a game that the Giants could have won if the Giants were able to score some runs against Christopher Sanchez. Obviously not the case tonight. And so it just kind of, everyone spills out of the dugout. Nothing happens. Pat Burrell, kind of the one guy who maybe threw a shove in there, but the players weren't all that interested in fighting. The Phillies were obviously protective of Bryce Harper. Bryce's emotions were all riled up after seeing a second consecutive fastball high and tight, but I think everyone understood that nothing was going to happen in there. So you just had a large and extensive delay of game that didn't need to happen. Kyle Harrison had trouble getting refocused after that in the ball game. The Giants ultimately lose 6-1. And so Kyle gives up 12 hits over 5 innings, 4 earned runs, not his best outing. But again, he's 22 years old. He's growing in this game, and the Giants are going to need him to be a star for years to come. Will he be a star this year, next year? Probably not. But this kid has the makings of being a really good starting pitcher in Major League Baseball, because we forget so often how difficult it is to transition out of AAA to the big leagues. We forget how some guys just struggle out of the gates no matter what. I mean, Jackson Holliday, the number 1 prospect in all of Major League Baseball, went 1 for 33 when he was called up by the Baltimore Orioles earlier this season. Had to be sent back to AAA, isn't in the big leagues right now. It's just a long development curve. It's a long learning process. Look at Luis Matos. Look at Elliot Ramos. It takes guys a while to figure things out, and I'm absolutely confident that Kyle Harrison will figure things out. Now the question is, for the Giants, will Marco Luciano figure things out, especially defensively, as he comes out of today's ball game with that hamstring issue? He is day-to-day, according to Bob Melvin, in his press conference after today's ball game, but Luciano leaves in the third inning. The defense has been shaky, suspect at best so far. I think the Giants have a big question about what they want to do at the shortstop position moving forward. Do you just play Brett Wisely there and say that's going to be good enough? Do you bring Nick Ahmed off the injured list and figure out a way to incorporate Luciano into these ball games? Maybe have him start on days when you've got a fly ball pitcher on the mound and, maybe a Kyle Harrison, and, you don't leave things up to chance with a Logan Webb or a Jordan Hicks, your two ground ball pitchers on the mound. I don't know, but I would love to hear from you this evening. So the number is 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Dial in. We will get your calls through here for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes or so. We're rolling here on Sports Zone KNBR, talking Giants baseball, talking Kyle Harrison, talking Marco Luciano. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
After a highly emotional incident during the Giants and Phillies game earlier today, Bryce Harper acknowledged in the postgame that he understands Kyle Harrison was not aiming for him intentionally. More on that trending on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, and our KNBR socials at KNBR.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
And the 2-2 pitch. High and tight again. Okay. And now Harper, the umpire, is standing between Harper and Harrison. The Phillies are leaving the dugout, and so now some of the bullpens are racing in. Everybody's coming out on the field. All the while, Harper's just staring at Harrison. Nobody's doing anything yet. But everybody's coming into this field with Harper and Kyle Harrison in the middle of a stare down.
Talk about unnecessary. The bullpens. The guys way out in center field racing in to stand there and watch Bryce Harper and Kyle Harrison calm down. Hey, 7 years ago it was a little different. 7 years ago today, as Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic pointed out, Bryce Harper charged the mound and threw his helmet at Hunter Strickland after being pegged with a pitch, and that was on purpose. Kyle Harrison did not go up and in on purpose with the intent to hit Bryce Harper. I do think that he was looking to go up and in. He was looking to throw in on the hands because that's an effective way to get Bryce Harper out, but all overblown, all silly, and the reaction you saw not entirely necessary. But hey, who doesn't love when the bullpen guys trot in to be a part of this whole thing? They're just arriving a few seconds late. I'm Kerry Crowley, the show Sports Zone KNBR. The question for you right now, not focused on Kyle Harrison and Bryce Harper, but if you do have thoughts, please do dial us up. Let us know. What do the Giants do with Marco Luciano? This guy's been a top prospect in their farm system for the better part of 5 years now. And he's still just 22 years old. He's got an incredibly bright future ahead of him at the plate. But we don't know what the future holds for Marco Luciano defensively. He comes out of today's ball game. It's been a rough 7 days for Marco Luciano in the field. Some costly errors that have hurt the Giants in the win-loss column. Some costly errors that have hurt Marco Luciano in the confidence column. And it's hard to say the Giants fully trust him at the shortstop position right now. So what do they do up to the trade deadline? What do they do for the next several weeks with Marco Luciano, who, again, comes out with a hamstring issue, but Giants Bob Melvin saying it's just day-to-day right now for him. Let's open the phone lines now. We'll go to Mike in San Francisco. Mike in San Francisco, you're going to lead things off for us tonight. Mike, how's it going?
Great, Kerry, and thanks for having me on. That was the first thing I wanted to touch on tonight was Luciano.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I think with the hamstring pull, we give him 10 days on the IL. The reason being, I don't want to see a repeat performance of the Lamont Wade injury. I've seen this too often. Yeah. Secondly, I believe we can, at this level, DH him and teach him, get Rich Aurelia out there. Get somebody out there to work one-on-one with the kid and work on the defensive fundamentals and building some confidence in him again. And eventually he'll overcome these things in the field because it's all mental right now. I know he made some physical errors, but those physical errors were caused by nervousness.
Yeah,
so it's all about
I do agree with that.
Comfortable and confident. I don't think trading him is an ideal thing either. But I do want to talk about trades.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Bo Bichette, since Toronto announced that they might be having a fire sale, and, you know, I don't want to talk about the deadline or anything yet, but since they announced they might be having a fire sale, Bo Bichette's a 295 career hitter. He was hitting 226 or something. He's 16 for 41. He's got a 390 batting average since that happened. And we'd love to get him and Vlad in here, but I'll stop on Vlad because we could use a shortstop right now.
It's true.
And Bo Bichette, you know, Dante was such a great player for Colorado. That's just another guy I'd liked. And what do you think about that, Kerry? I did have one other thing to say, but I'd like to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I'll give you my quick thoughts on Bo Bichette. So he's signed through the 2025 season or arbitration eligible through 2025. So any team that he's traded to right now would get him for the remainder of this season and all of next season, which means that you're likely giving up a young, very talented top 10 prospect in your farm system and then maybe throwing in another prospect in your system to get him and then assuming that contract. I believe he's earning something like $17 million. So I'm glad you put the stats in perspective, Mike, because you look at his season line, it's a 656 OPS, a 246 batting average, but as you mentioned, he's been hot lately. I mean, this is someone who is getting back in the swing of things, and we've seen him at his best. You know, he's gotten MVP votes in each of the last 3 seasons, and so the asking price would be huge. The asking price would be, at minimum, in my opinion, Marco Luciano. So I'll throw it back to you. Would you throw Luciano in a trade if it guaranteed you Bo Bichette?
I don't know. I'd have to sit down at the table with them before I divulge that information.
I love it. I love it.
One last thing to touch on.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'd love to see Wisely at the top of the lineup moving forward versus lefties, and even Fitzgerald versus righties, and get Matos back into the 3-hole. Move him behind Estrada there. He hasn't succeeded. He outdid like 2 National League leaders in RBIs for a week, and we took him out of an RBI position. So I'd just like to see that moving forward.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's an interesting idea, Mike. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your thoughts this evening, because you look at Luis Matos. He's 0 for 4 today. Obviously, he's a hero last night, but it was a sacrifice fly. Came up. He's a good situational hitter, in my opinion. But you look at the raw numbers, a 243 average, a 641 OPS, well below league average in terms of the OPS. I personally love watching Luis Matos play. I do think you'd rather have him hitting 6th or 7th in your lineup than leading off right now, but I can understand the inclination from Bob Melvin to move him up after the week that he had, understanding the potential that he has at the major league level. And again, you're talking about someone who's just 22 years old. He's going to go through ups and downs, much like Marco Luciano is. And so I do think that you get him out of that leadoff spot. You put Wisely up there right now, who's cooking, and someone who I think, righties, lefties, he's proven himself so far. Maybe Fitzgerald gets a few opportunities, although I still rather see him in the 8 or the 9 spot. And you keep tinkering with this lineup. Bob Melvin, through these first, 58, 59 games that the Giants have played thus far? It's 57 games that the Giants have played thus far. He's not found that consistent lineup the Giants can move forward with on an everyday basis. And I'm not sure they're going to find it for the next 30, 40 games. It might take until the trade deadline for things to really settle in. But I like the idea of pulling Luis Matos down in the order, maybe 5th, 6th, 7th slot, and just take some of that pressure off of him, because he does look like he's pressing up there in certain at-bats. Let's go out to Martin in Menlo Park. Martin in Menlo Park, you're on SportsZone. Martin, how's it going this evening?
Pretty good. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, no, actually, the caller right before me had the same thought I was having, which is, the only thing more painful than watching Luciano's defense is watching their blow opportunities at the plate. And,
Martin, we just had you drop for a minute. If you can get to a location where we can hear you, I think you got some spotty service down there in Menlo Park. But I do think what you're trying to say. And do we have Martin back yet? No, we're gonna make the reconnection. Yeah, now we got you, Martin. Let's give this one more shot.
Yeah, I was saying I agree with the prior caller that Soler is not doing much for us at DH, and Luciano's bat's been great. I mean, I'd love to see him in the lineup every day at the plate, and work on his fielding, outside of the limelight, but get him the bats, because use the offense. We saw that today.
Yeah, no, I get you. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your thoughts, Martin, and I'll give you your answer off air here. I think it's a really difficult predicament that the Giants are in, that the fact that they signed Jorge Soler to exclusively be a DH, not someone they trot out to left field, not someone they put in right field, but to exclusively hit for them. And the simple matter of fact is he's not produced at the plate. Another brutal game for Jorge Soler today. The average is down to 201. The OPS is down to 640. The hits that he has had this season haven't been meaningful. He's come up consistently in RBI spots, again in last night's ball game when the Giants were deadlocked, had the opportunity to put it ahead in either the 7th or 8th inning. He doesn't deliver. And it feels like he's in his own head. So 0 for 4 today, 3 strikeouts. What do you do? Because his entire job, he signed to a major league contract. You can't option him to AAA Sacramento. It's a 3-year deal. You're not going to give up on Jorge Soler just yet. You have to take a closer, harder look and see if that shoulder's impacting him. See if he's dealing with any other injury right now, because he looks like someone who might benefit from another stint on the injured list. Go down to AAA Sacramento, have a few rehab games. See what you can do. See what you can do to get that swing back, because this version of Jorge Soler is so far removed from the version the Giants thought that they were signing when they brought him in on essentially the Mitch Haniger deal. 3 years, $41 million and change. And he's been worse than Haniger was last season. He's played more games because his injury only kept him out for a few weeks. But my goodness, we're going on year 2 where the Giants' big free agent right-handed bat that they signed to add power to their lineup to be a 3 or a 4 hitter has had to be moved farther down in the order, has had to be moved out of the lineup, and has dealt with injuries. It's crazy to me that this has happened in successive years, and there's been a number of wins for Farhan Zaidi in terms of player development, in terms of the guys that he has signed who are making a positive impact, but what they've gotten from Soler makes you question whether or not, the idea that Marco Luciano could be a DH for this team if Soler needs to spend more time on the injured list, because the at-bats have been good. The quality of them have been good. He's not going to hit for nearly the power that Soler would over a 162-game season, at least not yet, because he's still 22. That power's still raw. He's just, putting the ball in play and seeing what happens right now. But Giants are in a tough spot with Jorge Soler because it's a 3-year contract. They're in year 1 of it. He's not producing. And folks, he hasn't looked close to producing. It's not like the quality of contact is just missing like I thought with Jung-Hoo Lee a few weeks ago before he went on the IL with the season-ending shoulder injury. I really felt like in the series in Boston at Fenway Park, different ballpark, Jung-Hoo Lee could have had 5 or 6 hits. I think he ended that series with 1 hit. Jorge Soler, when he goes over, it's typically an over with a lot of strikeouts. That's not going to work. So what do the Giants do? What do the Giants do at DH? What do they do at first base? What do they do at the shortstop position? Because this is a team that has inspired a lot more hope over the last 2 weeks than I think any of us would have anticipated at the beginning of the month. I think that when guys started going down with injuries, Michael Conforto, Nick Ahmed, Patrick Bailey was out for a period of time, Jorge Soler was on the IL, Blake Snell was on the IL. This very quickly could have spiraled out of control for the Giants. But it didn't. The young guys came up, and they didn't just keep things afloat. They made sure that this Giants team was good. They brought the Giants back. They got them to 500 and then over 500. And now, where do they go from here? A lot of open questions and a lot of open phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Dial in. We're rolling until 9 o'clock this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Zone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Now he stands in. 3-2 the count. Ramos at first. He goes. The pitch. Swinging a little bouncer up the first base side. And it goes right into the glove of Bryce Harper, who takes it to the bag for the out. And the game is over. The Phillies salvage the final game of their road trip and the final game of this series. The Phillies over the Giants 6-1.
Well, you heard John Miller on the call there. The Giants lose today 6-1, but they still take the series from the National League leading Philadelphia Phillies. An impressive series at that. Thought they showed out on Labor Day. That was a tough turnaround to go from playing in New York on Sunday afternoon to flying across the country and playing in San Francisco on Monday afternoon. The offense showed up, scored 8 runs, but Lamont Wade Jr. goes down with the the hamstring injury that's going to keep him out for at least a few weeks here, potentially a month or more. And the Giants score just 1 run, but they do so in a win on Tuesday night and then 1 run in a loss today. So clearly the lineup looks different without Lamont Wade Jr. And there are a lot of questions the Giants face as they start to think about the month of June here. Of course, they've got the Yankees coming into town on Friday, an exciting series against the best team in the American League right now. So all Giants thoughts are welcome. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I'm Kerry Crowley. We're rolling until 9 o'clock here on The Leader this evening. Let's head out to our friend Trevor in Reno. Trevor in Reno, you're on Sports Phone. Trevor, how's it going this evening?
Man, I'm fantastic. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, I just wanted to say just a quick question on your thoughts on Blake Snell, because we are multiple games into the season and he is just not producing, kind of like Soler. So, I think one thing I will say is the bullpen impressed the heck out of me. I am generally not a fan of the Rogers twins, but, what Rogers did yesterday was damned impressive.
Yeah, both Rogers yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I ate my words, and I'm glad I did. But so in regards to Soler, I think it's best to put him on the injured list. But Lamont Wade Jr., that hurts. But I will say, the Giants have been facing injury after injury after injury, and the perseverance, I think, is there. And if they can just, I don't think they're going to be pretty solid this year, but looking forward to next year, they can build off of what they have. They need to get those young players to kind of step in and get that experience. And credit to the injuries are making the young players get that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Trevor, what do you do with Marco Luciano right now? Because, you mentioned you want them to get experience. You want them to be better in the future. He's just 22 years old. Do you keep running him out there at shortstop, or do you rethink things altogether?
I like him in shortstop when the game's not on the line. So
don't we all?
You know what I mean? Get him experience, right? But when the game's on the line, you got to have him with somebody else.
Yeah.
But I like him. He's got energy. He's like a puppy that comes into an old dog party, and he just all of a sudden all the dogs start to become puppies again.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I appreciate your phone call. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. What do you do with Marco Luciano if you're the San Francisco Giants right now? Do you do what our friend Trevor says, and hey, low stakes moment, maybe first 6-7 innings, you have Luciano play and you have him play shortstop, and until he proves that he can earn the 8th and 9th inning, you bring in a defensive replacement for him? Do you try to send him down to AAA Sacramento and find a different position for him? What position would that be? Do you turn him into a DH if Jorge Soler needs another stint to get right on the injured list? Because he certainly doesn't look right now, with the average dipping down to 201 and the OPS sitting at 640 on the season. So I think it's an open question right now for Giants fans, and one that I would love to hear your thoughts on. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head to our friend Fitz in Santa Cruz. Fitz in Santa Cruz, nice to have you back on with us. How's it going this evening?
Kerry, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Fitz?
So, you were talking about, what do we do at short? What do we do at first? What do we do DH?
Yeah.
I wanted to weigh in on that. First of all, super happy, take the series against Phillies,
Oh, yeah.
disappointed about today, but you know what? 2 out of 3 against the best record in baseball. I'll take it. And just as a side note, I'm sick of all the Rogers brothers slander. Look at their ERAs.
Me too.
Look at their ERAs. They're doing work. How many times did we say, you know what, Giants baseball torture with Brian Wilson? But do we talk about him that way anymore? No. He's one of the greats. So, I think they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, maybe not every single night, but you know what? That's the bullpen. In terms of first base, so, it sucks having Wade out. I like Flores at first. I trust him enough. I've seen enough that I know the slump that he's in at the, at the plate is not going to continue. I like Wisely at short for whatever reason. I mean, he played, I think it was 30 games in AAA last year.
32 games in AAA. It was crazy.
But he's already looked better than Luciano at short.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, yes, Luciano's bat has been going. That's great. I like the idea of considering Luciano for a DH. If we put Soler on the IL, I say give Soler a little bit more time just because that's what they brought him in for. Like you said, you can't slot him somewhere. He is your DH. We paid what we paid. If he needs some time on the IL, I say give him, maybe another few weeks, maybe if they're feeling generous till the All-Star break, and then go from there. And then if that's not, working out, then throw Luciano in there if he's still producing at the plate. But I really like Wisely at short right now. And just it's just really, continuation. It's nice to see the kids producing, and I think that's rejuvenated a lot of people, and Chapman's playing out of his mind, and it's a fun ball club to watch right now.
I think I agree with you on Wisely at shortstop, and I was waiting for someone to kind of talk me into it. Fitz, I came into tonight's show wanting to hear everyone and their thoughts on the calls, but I just feel like over the last few days, I'm hesitant because of the experience, but you watch him and he looks like a natural athlete out there. It's not the cleanest shortstop I've ever seen anyone play. He doesn't have this incredible range at the shortstop position, but he's making the plays he's supposed to make. And if the bat's as good as it's been, look, he's not going to hit 400 forever, but if he hits, 280 with a 750 OPS, that'll work with adequate shortstop play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I would even take, a little bit lower on the average if he's, stable at defensively at shortstop. Just because, as much as I like Luciano, it's just, he's got like a metal glove out there, it seems like, which, no fault of his own, but, we need production at shortstop. We can't rely on Chapman to make all the plays on the left side.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. And we just had a texter text in, so I'll ask you this, Fitz, because I know you watch these Giants very closely. You've seen all these young kids come up. Is Casey Schmidt no longer a viable option for this team? I feel like, he's only had 22 at-bats this season, but he had well over 200 last year. In fact, almost 250, and he didn't produce last year. When he came up this year, was still swinging out of his shoes. I just don't know that the Giants can turn to him if Luciano goes back to AAA. I'd still rather see Wisely or Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just based on what I've seen this year, like you said, kind of a continuation of last year. I don't know that I would rely on him to be, even a secondary option. As it is right now, I would put Tyler Fitzgerald or Brett Wisely. Brett Wisely 1, Fitzgerald 2. I would say right now Luciano 3 at shortstop.
I think I agree with you, and we typically agree, but Fitz, I always appreciate your perspective, always appreciate your thoughts, and thanks for giving us a call tonight.
Absolutely, buddy. Good to talk to you.
All right, Fitz in Santa Cruz, always good stuff from him. Whether the Giants win or lose, nice level-headed perspective that we always get here on Sports Phone from Fitz. And had a few other texts that I wanted to get to. One from, let's see here, it was 408 on the text line saying, send the Royals whatever they want for Bobby Witt Jr. I'll tell you what, the Giants could throw in about their top 30 prospects. The Royals aren't trading Bobby Witt Jr. If anyone has looked up what that guy's doing this season, the contract they've got him on, it's like 11 years, $288 million. He's the face of that franchise. The Giants could seriously throw the top 30 prospects prospects in their farm system to the Royals. They ain't trading Bobby Witt Jr. He is going to be a household name across Major League Baseball. He is the next star at the shortstop position. 908 OPS this season. He's got 15 doubles, 9 home runs, 36 ribs. He's got 16 stolen bases. I mean, this guy is a superstar in Kansas City. He's the reason the Dodgers and the Royals practically have identical records right now, because who would have expected the Royals to be in that position? 57, 58 games through the season. He's that good. 650 on the text line saying, move Marco Luciano to designated hitter, put Jorge Soler on the IL for 10 days, and yes, the Giants really need a first baseman right now. And I do think that this is a situation that, who knows if Jorge Soler's shoulder is healthy or not. Maybe it's completely fine, and the Giants won't have the option to put him on the IL, or they want to see this through with the Yankees series this weekend and, see if he can perform against some of these premium pitchers who are coming to town, because the Yankees have some outstanding arms in their rotation and their bullpen. Their pitching coach, Matt Blake, he might be the best pitching coach in all of baseball. The Yankees have it going on. They haven't had Garrett Cole this season. Their rotation has been outstanding. Maybe give Jorge Soler another series to figure it out, and then you take a good, long, hard look and say, we know you came back from the injured list. May have rushed you. Check out that shoulder, because the production the Giants are getting, this is not reminiscent of even Jorge Soler during his bad seasons. And look, some years he's going to hit 36 or 48 home runs like he has. Some years he's not. But what the Giants have received thus far doesn't look anything like Jorge Soler, even in the mediocre seasons of his career. So Giants fans saying, move Marco Luciano to the DH spot. You take him off the field, see if you can continue to get that back going. Look, and through 24 at-bats this season, he's got a 375 average and 986 OPS. He's looked more patient. He's looked more confident at the plate. The question is, he can't be your DH forever. So what position do you put him at eventually? Is it just a case of, getting him 2 hours of reps before every game with the infield coach? Is it a case of, you work him in 6-7 innings at the shortstop position and then bring in a defensive replacement later on in the game? I really don't know what the answer is, but we'll try and figure one out over the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Zone KNBR. We are rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. We're going to continue to talk Giants baseball, talk a little bit of Bryce Harper and Kyle Harrison on the other side. Your thoughts on today's, we can't say brawl. I think even skirmish is too strong of a word to use to describe what happened out at, the Diamond at Oracle Park today. You had bullpens empty, you had dugouts empty, and you had tensions run relatively high. So we'll break it all down on the other side. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
'49ers receiver Jawan Jennings is signing a 2-year deal with the '49ers worth up to $15.4 million, including $10.5 million guaranteed.
It is caught by Jawan Jennings. Third and Jawan.
More on that trending now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, and our KNBR socials. Take it away, Papa.
He went way up to pull that ball down.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What was your perspective on that bench clearing situation?
No perspective. I mean, the balls were inside. He's not doing it on purpose. Just when he misses, typically it's on that side of the plate.
All right, we are back here on Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening, talking Giants baseball, talking today's 6-1 loss, and this week's series victory over the Philadelphia Phillies. I said at the beginning of the week when I was on with Tom Tolbert, actually this was a conversation with Marty Lurie on Monday, you take a 3-3 homestand if you're the Giants. It means you probably win one of those series against the NL, leading Phillies, against the AL leading Yankees. And right now the Giants have an opportunity to go 4-2 in this homestand, maybe even 5-1. Who knows what happens this weekend against the Yankees, but they've put themselves in a comfortable position by taking 2 of 3. And now they get the off day. They get the coveted off day at home. They should be well rested coming into Friday evening. And it allows them to reset this pitching staff. It allows them to reset the lineup. It's a mental reset for some of these players who started to struggle a little bit over the last 2 days. You could tell that the Giants were dragging because they had a difficult situation coming from New York to San Francisco, having to play a day game after a day game on the East Coast the day before. It's just not easy. And adrenaline may have kicked in when they won on Monday, but you could tell that the lineup was struggling on Tuesday evening in the 1-0 win in 10 innings. And then the lineup again struggled today. Kyle Harrison gives up 12 hits in 5 innings, not the start that he would have wanted. And maybe the adrenaline lacking, the Giants went out onto the diamond after the Phillies kind of prompted them. When Kyle Harrison threw up and in twice to Bryce Harper took exception to it. I don't think he would have told his teammates to come out of the dugout in that situation, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on today's benches clearing discussion? I think that's what we're going to call it. A benches clearing discussion between the Giants and the Phillies, because it wasn't a brawl, wasn't really an incident. But, words were exchanged. They weren't necessarily heated. I think that Bryce Harper initially was upset, but when people came off the bench, things were relatively quiet, unless you were Pat Burrell, who looked to be getting into it with a Phillies player or coach, down on the right side of the screen if you were watching from home. So the bench is clearing discussion. What did it tell us about this San Francisco Giants team? What did it tell us about Kyle Harrison and kind of the way that he pitched against the Phillies? Well, here's what Kyle had to say after today's ball game in why he went up and in to Bryce Harper, and would he do it again? Here's the young left-hander.
I mean, I would have gone in again, and why not, we're trying to get guys out, and it's a spot where I thought I could get them, and, might have leaked a little too in, but really just focus on the baseball side and trying to execute. That's it.
It seems like when did having the warnings affect you? Because, if you do miss in again, what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I had to be cautious of that for sure. That's something that I've never even had. That was probably my first warning, so to be a little more cautious, definitely.
Were you surprised by his reaction?
Yeah, to an extent. I maybe missed a little in, but I don't know. I'm trying to get him out, man. He's a good player, so gotta put it in spots where he might not be happy.
I think the reaction's there, and this is not something that you tune into sports radio to hear. Or you tune in to hear excitement. You turn in to hear strong opinions. I think the reactions there were totally measured and reasonable after the game. We have audio of Bryce Harper, albeit it's like the worst sounding audio I've ever heard, so we can't really play it tonight. But Harper kind of saying that he wasn't really all that mad. But when you get 94 up around your face, you're going to say something. You're going to take off your helmet for a moment. You're going to look at the pitcher and ask, what was that? And if you're Kyle Harrison, you're going to defend your action because, a pitch can miss 6-8 inches up and in, and it looks purposeful. It wasn't. You consider the situation. 22-year-old kid trying to get out of the inning, runners in scoring position against one of the best hitters in baseball. Think he's really trying to put him on base in that situation? No. The answer is clearly no. What he's trying to do is pitch to one of Harper's weaknesses, which is up on the hands, especially against left-handers. If you're a young left-handed pitcher with arm side run on your fastball, which Kyle Harrison fits that bill, the way to attack Bryce Harper is to make sure that your fastball does not leak out over the heart of the plate. Because I don't know if you remember Kyle Harrison's Major League debut last year at Citizens Bank Ballpark, but I do. When you throw a pitch that leaks out over the heart of the plate to Bryce Harper and you're a left-hander, he is going to turn on it. He's going to turn on it, he's going to demolish it, and it is going to be, unfortunately, for the pitcher, a home run. And so Harrison learned that lesson. He learned that lesson, and he approached him differently today, and you saw the results. Bryce Harper had 3 strikeouts today. Harrison got him twice. Of the 5 strikeouts that Harrison racked up, 2 were against one of the premier hitters in baseball. And you appreciate the approach because it's showing that someone is learning and getting better. And you listen to Harrison's comments, he would have gone in again. I really enjoyed the question that Bags asked, did the warnings affect you? Because they have to. Not only do you have one of the game's premier players, former MVP, yelling in your face after that, the bench is clear, but it's the warnings that affect you because you worry. Pitch gets away from you 6-8 inches off the inside corner, a guy crowding the plate, all of a sudden, you're out of that game. And the Giants were in a situation today where they needed 5 innings from Kyle Harrison. They needed to figure out a way to get some coverage after yesterday's bullpen game. And I even give credit to Luke Jackson today. Coming in, mop-up duty, Giants working to win that ball game. They were down 4-0 in the 6th when he made his appearance. He goes 2 innings. Doesn't typically go 2 innings for the Giants. Has obviously had a tough season, 4.70 ERA. He's a veteran reliever, former high-leverage guy who now finds himself in kind of a mop-up role for this team. But he goes 2, and that saves some more guys. You get to the off day, and that gives yourself a better opportunity to win a series against the Yankees. And so I do think that, for as rough of an outing as it was for Kyle Harrison and for the fact that maybe he's not rounding into the elite form that everyone thought that he would be, by the time that June rolled around, you still have to credit him for pitching deep into this ball game. And, deep is relative. It's just 5 innings. But when you struggle the way he did early, when you give up runs early, when the incident with Bryce Harper happens early, the ability to get through has a ripple effect for this team. And I think that he is learning on the fly. I said this when I was talking with Tolbert and JD at the top of this show. His mentality is something that you will take as a major league manager. If you're Bob Melvin, as a front office, if you're, Farhan Zaidi, you look at the mentality that Kyle Harrison takes into his starts, and he puts the onus on him to pitch deep into a ball game. He's frustrated. He's upset when he's not able to do that. He seems like someone who would rather go 7, giving up 2, than going 5 scoreless, because he knows that puts his team in a better position, not just to win that ball game, but the next, because the fewer relievers you use, the fresher they are throughout a series, throughout a homestand, which the Giants are on right now. And Javi Lopez was actually on this morning with Murph and Marcus, kind of discussing Kyle Harrison and how he's evolved as a pitcher. And, he was someone who, down at Low A San Jose, when he first came into the Giants farm system, he was throwing 96, 97, oftentimes 98 miles an hour with the fastball. And he'd go out for 2-3 innings at a time and would just let it rip. And no one could touch him at that level. No one could touch a lefty throwing 98. And so he quickly outgrew it. But, at the major league level, you see Harrison sitting kind of 93, 95. He can ramp up to 96 if he needs to. But he's already, in the first 3-4 years of his professional career, now the first full season of his major league career, he's already changed his approach ever so slightly to enable him to pitch deeper into ball games and to help the Giants execute their strategy, their big picture vision over a 162-game season. So even in a loss today, he helps them by getting through 5. And Javi Lopez discussed that approach, that mentality with Murph and Marcus this morning. Here's the former Giants reliever.
I think that they're trying to maybe get him to be a little bit more of like pitchability at about 80%. I mean, I know that's hard to actually gauge what 80% feels like, but I do think that he's backing off the throttle. And I do think it is something that if it works, if he's able to command the strike zone a little bit better, when he needs that reach back heater, he can go at the top of the zone. We all know that he loves to pitch at the top of the zone, but it's almost like a Jordan Hicks situation where you can pitch at 93, and then when it's time to get into closer mode like Hicks does, you see 98s and 99s come out of that arm. And I think with Harrison, more than anything, it's just commanding the strike zone a little bit better. Get ahead in the count because his stuff plays. Like his last start, there was just big misses, non-competitive pitches, easy takes. And I think that's just the key for him. If he's able to stay around the strike zone, it doesn't mean he needs to be pumping strikes all the time, but make those hitters maybe get themselves out or chase something that is executed well. And if he's able to do that, then you're right. He can get into the 6th inning and hopefully get through it, or at least get you a couple outs to kind of shorten that ball game. But it's a guy that's, he's also a young kid. He's learning as he goes here. And I think that's where having Patrick Bailey in the squad, or even now Kirk Casale being back to veteran, can kind of try to reel him in and kind of keep him over the plate because his stuff is so electric.
He did throw 102 pitches over 5 innings today, which isn't exactly the most economical outing for a starting pitcher. But he was around the strike zone, 69 strikes and 102 pitches. So about 67, 68% of his pitches were thrown for strike. You'd like that to be slightly over 70. You don't want to be over 80, 85% so that every hitter knows that the next pitch is coming is a strike. You like to throw a lot of strikes, as Kevin Gossman once described to me. Former Giant starter, now with the Toronto Blue Jays. He said, you like to throw strike-to-ball pitches where they start out in the strike zone and then they dip just below or they ride just above. And so that the hitter thinks, as they're timing up their swing, they see it out of the hand, they see strike, 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 and then it's a ball. And by that time, a hitter has missed. A hitter has swung and missed, and a hitter has made that decision because it started out as a strike. And for Kyle Harrison, as Javi Lopez just described, in some outings, there have been too many just ball pitches where right out of the hand, it's a ball, it's an easy take, and that's something that's got to be cleaned up. I think it's something that Logan Webb cleaned up extremely well early in his career. He went from 2019, 2020, not having the control that he has now, not having the command that he has now, to a breakthrough in 2021 because he learned to throw so many strike-to-ball pitches where, that changeup that he would throw, instead of spiking it, it would start out in the middle of the strike zone and then dip just below. So that if a hitter does make contact, you're inducing a ground ball. You're inducing weak contact. If a guy gets a hit, it's a single. It's not a home run because you haven't left it up in the zone. And so not every pitch can be a strike. You can't throw 80, 85%, but you can throw 70, 75%. And Kyle Harrison is learning how to do that. It's a work in progress. It might take him a few years, like it took Logan Webb. But if you remember 2019, 2020, Logan Webb's ERA was what? 5, 6? It wasn't good. You couldn't project forward and say, this guy was going to be the face of the rotation. But he is right now. So the Giants are leaning on their youth, both in the field, in their lineup, and on the mound. They saw today that it's not always going to work out for them when Kyle Harrison takes the ball, but there are still positives that you can take away as he develops as a major leaguer. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I am Kerry Crowley, your host this evening. Let's head out to our friend Roy in San Leandro. Roy in San Leandro, you're on Sports Zone. Roy, how's it going this evening?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
I just wanted to tell you, that, it looks good. I'm really glad the Giants are basically going with youth instead of going up, picking up, because they don't really need to be getting these guys with their careers almost over and all like that. They need to get a lot younger, and stuff. And so anyway, it really makes me feel good because even that guy named McKenna, they got from the Orioles, they picked him up. He even looked good.
Yeah, he's already off the team, unfortunately.
Well, didn't he go back to the minor leagues?
They designated him for assignment, so he'll likely end up elsewhere in the next few days.
Oh, well, that's too bad because he looked good to me. I mean, outfit, But anyway, this coming up draft, what do you think they're going to get? What do you think the Giants are going to do?
Yeah, it's an interesting draft pick. Yeah, it's an interesting call, Roy. I think with the way that the farm system is structured right now, they need to go position player, they need to go college position player, and they need to inject their farm system with more hitters. I know that we've seen a few hitters come up. We've seen Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, Marco Luciano come up, but this farm system, AAA, AA, high A, low A, it's stacked with pitching right now. And if the Giants were to make a trade at the deadline, they could comfortably trade a pitcher or two in terms of prospects. They can't afford to trade a position player. So I think early in this draft, their first-round pick, they're going position player, they're going college position player, the best guy on the board in that regard. How's that sound?
Oh, that sounds real good, because you've heard me talk about the Giants need to go out and get some position players. But before I let you go, I just wanted to say that guy named Harrison and that guy named Harper, that little thing they had today, I agree with everything that you said, when you were talking about, that ball coming at you that fast, because I played in the minor leagues, and I know that's uncomfortable. But in a lot of ways, to me, he called himself being, a kind of a, I'm not going to say cheat, but he called himself being a lot like Kurt Gibson and all like that. He called himself modeling himself after, but he's making his money. So that's the bottom line.
He is. That is the one thing Bryce Harper's doing. Thanks for the call, Roy. Always appreciate your thoughts. Yeah, always good stuff when we get you on the phone. I know we're inevitably going to trail off and talk about the minor leagues, talk about the farm system. Roy is as locked in on the Giants farm system as any of our callers, so always fun when we get him on the line. But yeah, I do think that, this Kyle Harrison, Bryce Harper thing that transpired today, it's hard for me to get riled up in any way, shape, or form, because it's a hitter who, when you see 94, 95 up around the face, you're going to have a reaction. I remember, anyone who's played Little League baseball and for the first time saw a pitch from a guy who could throw harder than the rest of the kids, you get knocked down, you wince a little bit. You don't like that feeling when you have to get out of the way really quickly. Imagine 94, 95. It's just different, and so you're going to have a visceral reaction. Bryce Harper did, and then he calmed down. Kyle Harrison, you need to throw inside because you've experienced what happens when that fastball leaks out over the plate against Bryce Harper. You know that you're not getting a ground ball. You know you're not getting a swing through. You know he's launching that pitch. I mean, we saw it the other day with Blake Snell leaking a fastball over the plate to Kyle Schwarber. It was 3-1 count. Blake Snell had to come in, and pretty much any time Blake Snell has had to come in the zone this season, it's been a nightmare for the Giants. And what did Schwarber do? He knocked one over the arcade. That is what these good Phillies hitters do with fastballs over the heart of the plate. So I credit Harrison for going inside. I credit him for his post-game comments of saying, I would do it again, in part because he knows the game plan. He knows he's not going to back down. And even with the warnings that he got, that probably, factored into the decision to throw outside before he did come back into the strike zone. Even with those, I do think that, if he had the opportunity to face Bryce Harper a couple more times, and unfortunately the Giants won't this season. Maybe it is fortunate for them. You don't want to play the Phillies too much. Giants went 2-5 against them this season. But over the course of his career, he's going to face Harper a lot, and you hope that he learned from the mistake he made that first plate appearance of Harper's career against Kyle Harrison back at Citizens Bank Park way back last July. And you hope that factors in, and you hope that he's able to make those kind of adjustments against other players who've had his number. Because if Kyle Harrison's able to look at the tape and self-scout and realize that, hey, this pitch doesn't work against this particular player, and eliminate those kind of mistakes, he's going to have quite a career. He's going to figure it out, and it may not take until 2026, which is when I'm projecting him to really take a big step forward, when he's only going to be 24 years old and will still be developing at the major league level. He may be doing it by the end of this season, early next. That would be huge for the Giants. So we'll talk a lot more Giants baseball this evening. We'll look around the major leagues on the other side as well. Your phone calls, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on the Giants after the win over the Phillies. What do they do at shortstop with Marco Luciano? What do they do at first base with no Lamont Wade Jr.? Should they be looking outside the organization? Are there players you would like to see the Giants trade for? Hey, we're past Memorial Day. It's no longer too early to think about the trade deadline, to talk trades, and this is a Giants team that has earned the benefit of the doubt in that discussion. They have earned their way into that discussion with the way they played over the last 2 weeks. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Reminder, Sports Zone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Here's Harrison's windup and pitch. Harper strikes out swinging. Fastball got him. So Kyle has struck out Bryce Harper twice today. That's the first out here in the third inning.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. If you have thoughts on Harrison Harper, if you have thoughts on what the Giants should do at the shortstop position, the first base position with their DH struggling right now, and Jorge Soler 0 for 4 with 3 Ks today, please do give us a ring. Sound off here on the Sports Leader. We do have one caller on the line right now. We're going to head out to Stroke in Oakland. Stroke in Oakland, you're on Sports Zone. How's it going this evening?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well on mine. What's on your mind tonight?
Pretty much what the points you just made. I would never tank a season, but boy, this team has had a vibe the last 10 days, which they have not had all season. Playing these younger dudes. Do we want to go back to Nick Ahmed who can't hit, or do we let these young guys get a season with them? They're probably not going to beat the Dodgers. We may make the playoffs, but is it better to let these guys play and maybe come in third place and give them their confidence? And then we got a future. We got a good young lineup. I like the way these guys are playing. I hope they keep playing.
So it's an interesting question because a lot of the young guys have been really good for this team, but you started to see Luis Matos cool off, and maybe Elliot Ramos's numbers have ticked down a little bit. Stroke, what do you do about shortstop? Do you keep running Luciano out there and just say, hey, figure it out over the final 104 games of the season? What do you do?
Well, I don't know because he's shaky defensively. We know that. But this Wisely, he's looking good. I'd say we kind of ride him until it goes. I'm not going to be a homer like they did last year and say, Casey Schmidt, he's the answer. And, he wasn't the answer. He got figured out in about 2 weeks, So I'm not going there. But, boy, I say we ride this guy until he seems to play pretty good defense. I don't know about Luciano, and I don't think they know about Luciano. I still think they're unsure about him, and I don't blame him because he's just a liability. The other two guys, Matos and
Ramos,
Estrada's playing great. You let them roll, let them play.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I would trade Soler. Trade him to somebody in Colorado who hits 280.
Here's the issue with trading Jorge Soler. No one's taking him right now. You can't trade someone if you don't want him. Imagine what other teams would do if the Giants said, hey, we'll give you Jorge Soler for 2+ years and $36 million. No team is doing that deal right now with the way that he's hitting.
Yeah, that's why I said Colorado, because maybe some of his pop-ups will go out.
Yeah, that's a good call. They're also the one organization that might actually make that move, knowing the way that they operate.
That's why I brought him up, man.
Good stuff, Stroke.
They do that now.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the call, Stroke. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. Man. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Got a few good texts rolling in. Going to read through these. 650, really like Luciano, but he doesn't look like he's ever played short. Is that really his natural position? The answer to that, yes. He's been a shortstop from pretty much the time he started playing baseball. I mean, I remember talking to Marco Luciano back in 2019 down at spring training 5 years ago when he would have been 17 years old. He'd just come over from the Dominican Republic League to play in the Arizona Complex League at the time, and he was a shortstop through and through growing up. He's a shortstop in the Giants farm system. It's just he's always been a bat-first prospect. He's always been carried by his power tool, and the expectation is one day, 26, 27-year-old Marco Luciano could hit 30. He could hit 30 and hit 280 for you and be, hitting the ball into the gap pretty regularly. You're still talking about someone who's growing and developing, and I think that, the ceiling is very high for Luciano as a hitter. The question is, what do you do from a position standpoint? So to continue the text from 650, still rooting for him. Hope he figures it out because he is a talent. Totally agree with that. Another question in this text, what's wrong with keeping Flores at first? Nothing wrong with that. I think that Wilmer Flores proved last year that he could be a very clutch hitter for the Giants. But so far this season, Wilmer Flores, 219 average, 585 OPS. Now, he's been sharing time with Lamont Wade over at first base. Lamont Wade is out for a month. If you remember last season, Wilmer Flores did his best work at the plate when he was playing every single day. With Lamont Wade Jr. out, Wilmer Flores may play every single day for the Giants. You saw Trenton Brooks, who came up last night from AAA Sacramento. I don't envision the Giants giving Trenton Brooks a whole lot of opportunity as long as Flores is on the roster. So maybe you ride it every day. Use Flores as a right-handed hitter against right-handed pitchers. Do something the Giants haven't done a whole lot of this season, and then give him the occasional day off. But 650 with this text about Brandon Belt. It's a question I've been wondering about. I know that as soon as I mention the name, the text line's going to be flooded. You're going to have a ton of people saying, absolutely not. No, don't look into Brandon Belt. All I'm saying, give him a call, see what's up. Would he be willing to go to AAA Sacramento, spend a few weeks there, see if he can get going? And by that time, maybe Lamont Wade Jr. is healthy again. Maybe it's out of the question. So who knows? But all I'm saying is give him a call and see where he's at, see if he's stayed in shape. Because last season, he was still a productive player for the Toronto Blue Jays. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Will out on Ocean Beach. Will out on Ocean Beach. You're on Sports Zone. How's it going this evening?
Ka-ching. Hi, Kerry. You got a great show. I really enjoyed the Giants this year, and you really illuminated what's going on with them. You know, they're a young team that really doesn't know how high they might fly yet. It's for me, as a fan, I think it's a great situation.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation, isn't it, Will? Because you've got all these kids coming up, injecting life into the team. And, you know, in a few days, few weeks here, they're going to have these veterans who are on the injured list potentially needing to come back to the roster. They're going to have some hard decisions to make. And maybe the kids are making it a little bit easier with how well they've played.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of 2010. You know, I remember early in 2010, 2009 was so miserable that I left the game early in the season, 2010, and it was a mistake. The Giants came back that year, and from then on, I didn't leave early in 2010, and you know how that all ended up. So I think they've got that kind of feel now. And I wanted to say something about Luciano, if I may.
Yeah, of course. Let's hear it.
I'm a Bay Area sports baseball fan, and I saw, I think it was Marco Simeon, or I don't know his first name. But
yeah, Marcus Simeon with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, when he played for the A's, there was a year where they were in contention, and he would make errors at very inopportune times, and the guy ended up being like an all-star and a really good part of the league. I think he's a great player, so I hope people will be patient with Luciano like they were with Simeon.
Will, that is a great call and a great point, because Marcus Simeon made his money with Bob Melvin as his manager. Bob Melvin gave him every opportunity. He ran him out there in 2015, 2016 when he wasn't quite the Gold Glover that he became in 2021. That's a great call right there, that Luciano could have a similar career trajectory, because Simeon also came up when he was 22 years old with the Chicago White Sox. He was early.
That's right. I think Luciano knows this too. He might be in just the best spot. I think there's something to Bo Mel. I think he really connects with his people. Oh, I have a little inside information, or at least my perspective of what went on with Harper and Harrison today. I'm right down there near the plate, and two or three of the batters right before the incident with Harper had they were laying off everything except this, the old Little League curveball that comes at your shoulder and then dives over the plate?
I do, of course, yeah.
Okay, that's what they weren't getting out of the way. They were waiting on that pitch, and they were just lining it all over the park. So what Harrison did, and I thought it was real smart and hard ball. Well, if you're not going to get out of the way of that ball, then maybe I'll just throw one up there that doesn't break, and that's exactly what he did. That's what he did.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting point, and I think you're probably right there. I think you mix in that arm side curveball to left-handed hitters, especially Schwarber early in that lineup, and then you throw the fastball. You're gonna get it's a split second, and so you're gonna get reactions where guys don't move back off the plate maybe as quick as you would anticipate from watching the game at home on TV. So appreciate the first-person perspective there, Will.
Right, Kerry. Right, I think you got it. I think Harper had a a lot of nerve to be complaining about that because they weren't getting out of the way of the pitch. What was there was one other thing, but I can't think of it, so I don't want to take up for 50,000 watts. Kerry, keep up the good work.
All good. Thank you for the call, Will. Always appreciate you. Really appreciate the thoughts from being at the ballpark today. Let's talk real quick just for a moment because there's a few more texts that I want to get to. But Will makes the point that Bob Melvin was extremely patient with Marcus Semien. 2015, he made 35 errors in 152 games at the shortstop position. 35 errors. That's a staggering total. 2016, Marcus Semien, 21 errors. That's still a ton to make at the shortstop position. And he stuck with them. And Marcus Semien became an incredibly important part of A's teams that made the playoffs. Marcus Semien was a very valuable player. And you could still the height of his career with the Texas Rangers. Guy signed, 7-year, $175 million contract with the Rangers a few years ago? And he's still in the first half of that contract. I mean, he was one of the focal points, alongside Matt Chapman and Matt Olson, of those extremely fun A's teams. To put all this in perspective, Brandon Belt, when he won a Gold Glove in 2015, or Brandon Crawford, I should say, when he won a Gold Glove in 2015, 13 errors. Gold Glove in 2016, 11 errors. Gold Glove in 2017, 11 errors. Gold Glove in 2021, 9 errors. Marcus Semien made 35 in a season, and Bob Melvin stuck with him. And the A's benefited from that later on. So maybe the solution is stick through Luciano. Maybe it is, figure out a way to play him through the first 7 innings and then bring someone in. We've got a few more texts on the line. 801 texting us from Utah. Platoon, Wisely, and Ahmed at shortstop have Luciano designated hit for a little bit to spell Soler and then potentially send him down to find a position. Maybe he's a DH, first baseman, or corner outfield type. That is the tough part with Luciano. Looking at him, I don't think that you think corner outfield. Watching him run, he feels to me like still shortstop should be his best position. And first base has been floated by a few of our texters, but you have to have extraordinary attention to detail at the first base position, and it's better to have a left-handed player over there than a right-handed player. I don't know that defensively Luciano has that attention to detail yet. I think you wait out and see what he can do over the course of this season at the shortstop position. Maybe it includes some more stints at AAA. Maybe it's just riding major league level and, making sure that that you're just comfortable stomaching those errors, as Bob Melvin was back when Marcus Semien was his shortstop. But we've got a few other suggestions. 415 on the text line. If Ahmed comes back at short and the Giants get good defense, but the offense will suffer, it creates a dilemma for the team. Absolutely. 650 on the text line, unrelated to the Ahmed, Luciano, Wisely discussion. Get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the orange and black, and this team will win 88 games or more. I'll tell you, I'd rather have Bo Bichette. I'd rather have Bo Bichette, the shortstop, with the Toronto Blue Jays. So we'll continue this discussion on the other side. If the Blue Jays are going to sell, I'd rather have Bichette than Vlad Guerrero Jr. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley, your host this evening. We're rolling until 9 o'clock, halfway home here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Yeah, just trying to do too much. He cares a lot. He wants to be that guy, and he's always been that guy. And right now, it's been a struggle for him, and you can press. And I think it's as simple as that. He's just pressing right now.
Bob Melvin on Jorge Soler, Giants DH, who isn't putting the H in that. Average down to 201, OPS slipping down to 640. He was obviously on the injured list earlier this month. It's just been a rough go of it for Jorge Soler. So now that we're halfway through this show, I promise we will talk Golden State Warriors. We'll talk NBA. We're in the midst of the postseason right now, but no game tonight as the Celtics have advanced already to the NBA Finals, and we're waiting to see if the Dallas Mavericks can join them. They're ahead 3-1. Opportunity to put it away last night against the Timberwolves. They let it slip away, and so we'll get a Game 5 on Thursday evening. Finals won't start until June 6th anyway, though, so only so much NBA talk we can do, but we'll bring on our friend Greg Silver, producer of tonight's show, around, let's say, 8:20 or so this evening to talk NBA. We'll also continue our Giants talk. We'll go around Major League Baseball, look at some scores. But what I want to do right now, and bringing this in with Jorge Soler, is look at the Giants players who, entering June, and we've still got, one game left in the month of May. Giants will play on Friday evening at home against the New York Yankees. Entering the month of June, looking at the 3 to 4 players under the most pressure for the San Francisco Giants to produce next month. If you got a thought, if you feel like I've missed out on someone, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Please do dial in. But as I look at this roster right now, I think that the number one choice is abundantly clear to me of who's got the most pressure to produce, and that's Blake Snell. Because quite simply, he hasn't been good enough. He hasn't been any way, shape, or form near good enough for the San Francisco Giants, especially with the contract that they gave him. I mean, imagine if he'd been given the Barry Zito type deal, just adjusted for inflation. Would have been 7 years, 180, 190 million, as opposed to the 7 years, 126 that Zito earned. The Giants could have given Blake Snell far more than they did this offseason. So many other teams could have met Blake Snell and Scott Boras with the asking price that they wanted, and just about everyone's relieved that they didn't. Because you've seen Blake Snell through the first 2+ months of this season now. It's been brutal. I know he's had a lot going on. He didn't get spring training. He has dealt with an adductor injury. He's awaiting the birth of his first child, and that's very exciting for Snell and his girlfriend right now. And of course, you hope that everything goes smoothly there, but Blake Snell, the pitcher, has not been nearly the guy the Giants thought they were getting. The guy who at the end of last season threw 6 consecutive starts of at least 6 innings, including a few with 7 innings, and I think it was 38 innings, 2 runs allowed. I mean, he locked up the Cy Young Award. Logan Webb ultimately finished second, but it was a distant second to Blake Snell. Giants right now would take a 3rd or 4th quality starter. I mean, they would literally settle for Blake Snell to just get through 5, give up 1 or 2. That is what they need from him right now, and they're still not getting it. He's still struggling to get out of the 4th inning of ball games. He's still nibbling on the edges. No one entering the month of June is under more pressure on this Giants roster than Blake Snell. Point blank. If you've got to disagree with that, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Please do dial in. Please do text in. But there are other players who are feeling the heat right now, and some players who are quietly under pressure. And I'll say this. One of the guys who I think is very, very quietly under pressure is Luis Matos. And I know that we all just watched his heroics. Last night, we watched his heroics during his National League Player of the Week winning stretch. But Luis Matos is under pressure very quietly because Jung-Hoo Lee is out for the season. And the Giants really don't have another option in center field. Like with Marco Luciano at shortstop, they can try to piece it together with Nick Ahmed, with Brett Wisely, with Tyler Fitzgerald. Luis Matos has to be the guy in center field. He just has to. It has to work out defensively. It has to work out at the plate, because if it doesn't, if he struggles, if he goes downhill during the second half of this season, the OPS slips under 600, it is going to get rough for the Giants. They just don't have high-level replacements in the minors. You've got 2019 first-round draft pick Hunter Bishop playing well, but he's probably more of a corner outfielder. at AAA Sacramento. I'd like to see him up at the big league level at some point this year. That'd be a great story for the Giants. The local guy getting over his injuries, making up to the big leagues, but probably not going to happen. Wade Meckler just getting going in the minor leagues. Is he a true center fielder? Probably not. We saw glimpses last season. He looks more like a corner outfielder. Luis Matos is the one guy who would be able to make up for the loss of Jung-Hoo Lee, who was projected to play a huge role for the Giants this season. And of course, after early struggles, goes down with the season-ending shoulder injury and the subsequent surgery. So even next year will be a question for Jung-Hoo Lee. So very quietly, Luis Matos is under pressure. And it's not of his own making. It's not like Luis Matos has been bad. In fact, he has delivered so many great moments for the Giants over the last 2 weeks. He's delivered the heroics that they've needed. He has lifted this team up. But it can't just be 2 weeks for Matos. Unfortunately, unlike Ramos, unlike Luciano, unlike some of the other players they brought up, where if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, there's always next year. The Giants needed to work out this year with Luis Matos. Otherwise, it's going to be a trade deadline acquisition. You're going to have ownership and front office spending even more to make this roster confident. And I have every belief in the world that Luis Matos will get the job done. From what we've seen, I think he can be a game-changing talent. I think he has an incredibly high baseball IQ. I think that he is the young player on this roster most equipped to help the San Francisco Giants. But it just doesn't take away the pressure. It really does. Other players who are under pressure right now. Jorge Soler. It's very obvious. Matt Chapman was feeling the same type of heat 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Matt Chapman turned his season around. He resurrected his season. The average dipped to 200. The OPS was under 600. He was in a very similar position to Jorge Soler, playing on a contract that for Chapman, he's hoping that he's not playing on next season. Unlike Soler, who's locked in for 2025 and 2026, Chapman is not locked in yet. He has the opportunity to where if he pops off, if he, continues this run that he's been on, Chapman can go and make some more money this offseason. He can go and potentially find a new home or compel the Giants to extend him. He is in a favorable situation. But Soler, he's the DH. The Giants are stuck with him. And folks, it hasn't looked good, and it hasn't looked good for more than 2 months. There's been the stint on the injured list, but it doesn't feel like he's just 1 or 2 at-bats away. It feels like he's got to make a lot more consistent contact. He's got to shorten up that big swing of his and maybe not swing for the fences every time. And look, I'm far from a professional hitting coach. The guy who doing far more than any of us do. But what he's doing right now, not working. Giants have to come up with a plan for Jorge Soler. So you look at who's under pressure right now. Obviously, 2 of the big-ticket free agents, Blake Snell and Jorge Soler. And then very quietly, it's not a matter of his own doing. It's just a matter of the way that this roster was constructed. The Giants need Luis Matos to be the version of Luis Matos that we've seen so far. And the OPS is lower right now. The average is coming down, but I still believe this guy can be a spark. I have more faith in Luis Matos delivering than I do in Blake Snell and Jorge Soler, and they're the veteran players. So we shall see. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Text line hopping right now. We'll read a few of those in a moment. But first, we want to get out to our friend Bob in Saratoga. Bob in Saratoga, you're on Sports Phone. Bob, always a pleasure. How's it going this evening?
Very good, Kerry. Just a couple quick things. I think you've noticed, I'm sure, the speed of these 2 young players, Fitzgerald and the other fellow that have scored from third on short flies. We need that speed on the base pass.
Oh,
those 2 guys should definitely start as long as they can maintain their hitting average at a decent level. They need to play every day, and we need their speed because the only other guy that can run fast is our second baseman. We need speed on the bases. It makes runs, etc. I also wanted to mention on an overall basis, I've been through a lot of big corporate turnarounds. I think we have a major turnaround with the Giants right now. And I think the main architects of that are Buster Posey when he came back as an owner, moved back to the Bay Area. And then I think he had a lot to say about bringing in Melvin. And Melvin is really the guy that's really doing the most. And then Dusty Baker being in Sacramento, I'm sure he's helping bring up the right players because he has such a good judge of good players. So that's just a summary of the turnaround on what's behind it. And we got to give credit where credit's due. And the clubhouse is so much better with guys like Chapman and I think that's because, again, Bob Melvin has built an old school manager kind of a thing, which is what we won with before, and we lost with it with Fargan and the guy that we terminated as our manager.
Well, it feels steady. It feels steady right now, and I think that that's a difference in the Giants of the last few years. Like the lineup has changed a lot, Bob, but for the most part, it's the same players who are in there every day. Now, I think the next month or two is about making sure that they can go into August and September, understanding, hey, this player's leading off, this player's your cleanup guy, he's hitting fifth, and feel comfortable about the order, huh?
Yeah. And I did mention the shortstop situation. I've noticed a couple times where this young potential guy who's still a rookie was never even in the right position to take a great throw to get a guy out at second. That is fundamental stuff. I don't know whether it's a lack of intelligence or a communication problem because maybe he doesn't speak English. I don't know, but the Giants have to fix that. And I think one of the earlier guys said, bring Rich Aureli or somebody in who's a real good shortstop to coach him, because it's too bad we had to give up on our shortstop from last year because he could have been his mentor and his coach. But Fargan, let him go. We should have kept him just as an honor for all he did for our team.
Okay. Thank you for the call, Bob. I appreciate your thoughts. I'll tell you this. Marco Luciano, I've talked to him several times. I've had the opportunity to interview Luciano throughout his minor league career. He's a very bright guy. And you're just going to make mistakes like, the throw that Bob referenced. Mike Yastrzemski out at the outfield wall where Luciano wasn't in position at second base. That is far from an obvious play. In retrospect, we all look at that and say, wow, if he was there, if he was standing in the right position, Giants would have got that base runner. This was on the last homestand. But that's not something that you're going to pick up on. Even veteran players would have made that mistake because they don't know that Mike Yastrzemski played that wall perfectly. He always has played that wall perfectly. It's a testament to Yastrzemski how well he's played right field at Oracle Park. But in watching Luciano and listening to people talk about Luciano, the guy's really smart. He's going to get there from a mental standpoint. It's just a matter of can he overcome the mental block that happens when you make the errors that you do. From a confidence standpoint, I think that's the issue right now is he's lacking in that department, certainly not in the intelligence department. And I know that from firsthand experience. Let's go out to Sergio on the Bay Bridge. Sergio on the Bay Bridge, you're on Sports Phone. Sergio, how's it going this evening?
Hey, all right, Kerry. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, always going well. Always better when you call in. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I just listened to you guys, and I was thinking. I know I said to you before the season started when you were asking us to predict how many wins, right? And
yeah,
given the way that the season started, except for the last couple of weeks, it's like a whole different ballgame, right? So, God, I lost my train of thought there. So I'm kind of be off, and I kind of recover for a second.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
So give So like I don't know what the heck I was thinking when I predicted. I think I said 89 wins to or 90 wins, but
89, 90 wins. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, who knows? But the other thing is we play the outfield. I mean, you got to have guys that are a little bit tall, right, and catch the ball. And the guys that we have out there right now, Ramos and the other guy, I forget his name.
Matos out there right now as well.
Yeah, and Matos, yeah. But aren't they like a little bit on the short side to play in the outfield? Like given what happened today with Ramos, I think he should have cut the ball if he was a little taller. But I'm just saying that's just a crazy thought. So
yeah, it's a good thought. All questions are welcome here, Sergio. Thank you for the call. We're gonna hang up just so that you can drive safely across the Bay Bridge. I'm sure you got Treasure Island coming up. You got to make it through.
So the reason for my call, I forgot to get to that part. Okay, now I got it. So given the state of the team right now where they're at, what do you think they're going? And right now, you think they'll make the playoffs or kind of maybe?
Okay, yeah. No, I get it. I do right now think that the Giants will make the playoffs. And thank you for the call, Sergio. Appreciate you. I do think that the Giants are in position to make the playoffs in large part because they have spent more resources on their roster than other teams have. They've created more depth than other teams have. It's a 162-game season, not a 60-game season. And even if it was, the Giants would still be in a wild card position right now. They are, right in line with the San Diego Padres. Their win percentage 1 point better. So they're actually in the second wild card spot at 29-28 with a 509 win percentage compared to the Padres right now, 30-29 with their 508 win percentage. And you look at the other teams in the National League that will challenge. The Braves, they will be the number one wildcard team. I think that, they're 9 games over 500. They've obviously lost Spencer Strider and Ronald Acuna Jr. Doesn't bode well for them. But you look at the rest of that division. The Nationals, the Mets, the Marlins. I mean, the Mets are a catastrophe right now. They had a reliever say he was the worst teammate in all of baseball, and he threw in an F-bomb in between worst and teammate there earlier today. And then he was DFA'd. So they are a total mess. The Marlins, never going to be competitive. The Cubs have lost, 6 their last 7? They're down to 500. The Cardinals have clawed their way back into this thing. They don't have the pitching to get there. They're 27-27. The Pirates, not a playoff team right now, despite how good Paul Skeens has looked and how good Jared Jones has looked. That offense has nothing. And the Cincinnati Reds, I thought they'd contend this year. They're 8 games under 500. They're struggling right now. Their bullpen has been abysmal. And so the Giants, if they can just hang around 83, 84, 85 wins, they'll be in this at the end of this thing. They absolutely will be in this at the end of this thing. If you make 1, 2, 3 smart trade deadline additions, as the Giants have done, in the years when they've won, as Brian Sabean had a penchant for doing, can't rule anything out. But I do think that based on the other teams in the National League and the mediocrity that's pervasive in the National League, the Giants can make the playoffs. And I'm not just saying that because of the last 2 weeks. I would have said that even a little bit before that, because the National League is so mediocre beyond the Dodgers and beyond the Phillies. I'm Kerry Crowley, Show Sports Phone KNBR. More calls on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
First of all, how's Marco doing?
Yeah, hamstring strain. First at bat running down the line. So day to day, I'm not sure how bad it is. We have the off day to figure it out.
Marco Luciano exited in the third inning of today's ball game. It's a hamstring strain, as Bob Melvin said. Day to day, Giants don't necessarily have to keep him on the Major League roster right now. That's the dilemma. It's one we'll talk about, especially at the end of tonight's show. We opened this evening's show discussing kind of the Luciano dilemma and what the Giants do with the shortstop position right now. But I think they're at a bit of a crossroads. And for a number of reasons, but in large part because they've relied on the kids, Luciano, Matos, Ramos, to get them back into this thing. The Giants could have gone into a tailspin. They could have fallen completely apart and on their face in the middle of May. If that Rockies series at home didn't go their way, it was going to get ugly and ugly fast. But they turned their season around with a sweep of one of the worst teams in the National League. They go on the road and they clawed their way back in 4 separate ball games and kind of completely changed the way that we think about them right now. I mean, that's the great thing about a 60-game sample size. They've played 57 so far, obviously more than 100 to go. But we're still learning about the identity of this Giants team. We're still learning what they're capable of, who the key pieces are, who isn't going to have a good season, who is going to rise to the occasion. I think that's the special thing about the first 2 months of a baseball season. And now that we're past Memorial Day, we can start charting ahead. We can start looking ahead to what comes next and how the Giants solve various issues that are coming up. I mean, thinking way down the road, what's going to happen when Jordan Hicks hits his innings threshold? Kyle Harrison hits his innings limit. Keaton Winn, when he comes back from the injured list, what can they get out of him? I think there are all sorts of questions with regard to the pitching staff, but the position player stuff is interesting because the Giants could be in a roster crunch by early next week. They could be in a situation where Austin Slater's set to come back from the IL, where Michael Conforto's set to come back from the IL, where Nick Ahmed is set to come back from the IL, and in those cases, what do you do? I think you probably send Tyler Fitzgerald back to Sacramento. You may send Marco Luciano's back to Sacramento, but you got to keep Brett Wisely on this team right now. And Luis Matos is your center fielder. He's the spark plug. So they're just in this peculiar situation where the very guys who've brought them back, who've made them relevant again, and who have inspired hope. I look at the attendance numbers from Oracle Park for the last 3 days. Pretty good, folks. Not looking like they did back in 2022 and 2023 when the Giants would struggle to get 25,000 out on a weeknight. More than 30,000 each ballgame this week, including 40, a sellout on Memorial Day. People want to watch this team, and they want to watch this team because of the excitement that the young players have generated. And so when you have these veterans coming back from the IL, it's a mix of players in Nick Ahmed and Austin Slater who didn't produce at the plate, and Michael Conforto, who did, but isn't necessarily as fun to watch as a Luis Matos or an Elliot Ramos right now. And Farhan Zaidi is going to be in a difficult predicament. And, I was a beat writer. I subscribed to the old adage that these things have a way of working themselves out. There was all sorts of questions in the month of April about what the Giants would do with their rotation when Alex Cobb was back and healthy. Well, Giants will be fortunate to get 15 innings out of Alex Cobb this season. I say that somewhat satirically, but at the same time, he's a 37-year-old recovering from hip surgery who's also dealing with arm trouble. That is not an easy way to come back. He was moved to the 60-day IL. There haven't been any updates. And all of a sudden, we stop talking about what they do in the rotation when they have a glut of pitchers. And right now, we're talking about what they do in the rotation when guys hit their innings limits. Because maybe Robbie Ray is part of the solution. Maybe, you bring someone up from AAA. At that point, maybe it's Carson Wisenhunt. Maybe Mason Black is ready by then because I don't think the Giants fully trust Mason Black right now. How long can Spencer Howard be a solution for this team? He looked good on Tuesday evening against his old ball club. Spencer Howard was kind of a revelation against the Phillies. 4 different pitches. I really enjoyed watching him. A changeup that dips below the zone. He's got the curveball and the slider. Spencer Howard was fun, but he doesn't exactly have a pedigree of success at the major league level. So I think that the Giants are in this position where they want to ride things out with Luis Matos in center field and basically have no other choice because no one else can handle that position defensively. Jung-Hoo Lee was supposed to be that guy for 150 games this season. Obviously, that's not the case. They can't really turn their back on the production that Elliot Ramos has given this team. Ramos has consistently put forward some of the best at-bats of any player on this roster. The OPS after today, he's up to 292 at the plate and an OPS of 801. He had the lone RBI in a 6-1 loss. You can't just bring back Austin Slater and say, oh, tough. Ramos, you're headed down to AAA. We'll see you when we see you. Giants can't make that decision. Not if they want to keep filling up Oracle Park and winning ball games. So, could a trade be in order? Could the Giants explore potentially DFAing someone, whether it be an Ahmed, who they could use his defense right now, but they could also use that roster slot? Could it be a Slater, who is the longest tenure member of the San Francisco Giants, but just didn't produce in his platoon role, and Elliot Ramos is producing right now? Do you take the risk? Do you take the hit to your depth if you're Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin to keep Elliot Ramos on the roster? Say the answer, in my mind, is probably yes. But, man, there are some tough calls to make. 408 on the text line. Hey, Kerry, I think we've got a problem with Blake Snell on the order of Barry Zito. I don't think that Blake Snell realizes how good he can be right now because of the money and its effect on his brain and body. Well, I think that, the Giants are fortunate they didn't sign Blake Snell to a 7-year contract. Still doesn't look good right now. But as Barry Zito proved over 7 seasons, there's always time to redeem yourself. Over a year to 2 years, I don't know that there's time for Blake Snell. He'll have to make a lot of great starts at the Giants after the All-Star break. He's got to figure out a way to start to look like a competent third or fourth starter before he just suddenly regains that Cy Young form. A few more texts. 650 on the text line saying, just throwing in my 2 cents on Jorge Soler. Do you think he wants to play some defense and be in the outfield? Some guys can't be a full-time DH. I actually don't. I think that Jorge Soler came here with the notion that he was going to be the DH. It's what he's done for much of the past few seasons. He's been abysmal in the outfield in his career. And even if he likes going out there, I think that he knew. You can't really trust him in the outfield. It probably takes some of the pressure off him. It'd be like if you told Marco Luciano one day that he was going to DH, he'd be like, hey, great, I don't have to think about getting a ball hit to me in the 9th inning. I mean, that's how bad Jorge Soler was as a defender. Borderline unplayable. So DH for much of his career, I don't think that would help him settle in. Although I like the idea. I like the thought process. CHP Joe just chiming in on the text line. Always does. We love your comments, CHP Joe. We see him at the beginning of every show. The encouragement, always great. Want to remind everyone that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. When we come back, we're looking around Major League Baseball, some of the scores and notable happenings from the league today, including quite a situation in Queens with a Mets team that the Giants just saw. Jorge Lopez, if you haven't seen it, he walked off the field, threw his glove into the stands, and is no longer a member of the New York Mets. We'll give you that on the other side. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR here on KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here this evening. A reminder that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. 8:20 this evening, folks. We're going to have an NBA-centered discussion, talk about the Golden State Warriors and their offseason as well, with our friend, producer of tonight's show, Greg Silver. Looking forward to that conversation. Right now, I want to talk about the major moments around baseball today. We could talk about Paul Skeens having another great outing. We could talk even more about the Giants, Bryce Harper and Kyle Harrison, with their heated discussion on the field. Not a skirmish, not a brawl, but their heated discussion. Instead, the most interesting moment in Major League Baseball happened tonight in Queens, New York, where Mets relief pitcher Jorge Lopez was ejected from a game, stormed off the field, and folks, he won't be seeing the field in Queens again anytime soon, maybe ever. Here's what he said post-game.
Carlos Mendoza said that he understands the emotion, but that particular action of throwing your glove into the stands was unacceptable. Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do, I'll be tomorrow here if they want me. Whatever they want to do. So, I'm gonna keep doing this thing. So I'm healthy on whatever. On whatever to do. I'm ready to come back tomorrow, and if they want me to be here, so I'll be here.
Well, folks, he won't be there. Unfortunately for Jorge Lopez, he's been designated for assignment. They didn't even give him the evening. Carlos Mendoza, the field manager for the Mets, not pleased with that decision. The front office, not pleased. Steve Cohen, the owner, you can imagine, not pleased. Throw in your glove and it lands in the lap of a Yankees fan. He called himself the worst teammate in Major League Baseball, and that's how his story with the Mets ends. Who knows where he goes from here? He'll be on the waiver wire. Who knows if the Giants need a reliever? They've been short on pitching. Jorge Lopez sounds like an interesting guy to cover. Kidding there. Let's take a look around Major League Baseball with the scores from around the league this evening. Top of the ninth inning at Coors Field, where the Rockies look like they're in position to beat the Cleveland Guardians. 2 on, 2 out in the ninth inning. Tyler Kinley on for the save in that ball game. Unbelievably, Tyler Kinley is on for the save. He has an 8.18 ERA. The Rockies are 19-35 for a reason. The Guardians 37-18. Still have, I guess they still have hope if Andres Jimenez is at the plate. Bottom of the sixth inning down in Anaheim, where the Yankees on their West Coast swing. You'll see them at Oracle Park on Friday. The Yankees hold a 1-0 lead right now. Luis Gil has been one of baseball's best pitchers. 5 2/3 scoreless, just 1 hit allowed. He's got a 1.92 ERA. Giants are fortunate that they will not see him at Oracle this weekend. Bottom of the sixth inning up in Seattle, where the Mariners and the Astros are tied 1-1. Justin Verlander on the hill for the Astros in that ball game. I got several finals to tell you about from Major League Baseball this afternoon. The Cardinals defeat the Reds 5-3. Andre Payente gets the win. Frankie Montas takes the loss. Ryan Helsley gets save number 18 for a Cardinals team. It's clawed its way all the way back to 500. I believe the Cardinals were at least 7 or 8 games under 500, but they've gone on quite a run lately, and we did just have that Rockies game go final, so I believe the Rockies pulled off that 7-4 victory over the Cleveland Guardians. A few other finals to tell you about. Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers, who the Giants will see in just a few weeks here, they win 6-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Dane Dunning gets the win. Ryan Nelson takes the loss for the Diamondbacks in that one, who are very quietly one of the big disappointments in the National League right now. Obviously dealing with a ton of different injuries. Eduardo Rodriguez not in the rotation right now. Merrick Kelly not in the rotation right now, but maybe the biggest story of the season for the Diamondbacks is Corbin Carroll, who just looked like a shooting star, was going to be one of the faces of Major League Baseball. He has been awful this year, and you just feel for a guy who's had, one of the 5 worst OPSs in Major League Baseball after bursting onto the scene a season ago. He was so fun to watch, and he figured he would torment the Giants for the next decade. He signed that big, I think it was an 11-year extension, and he has just failed to produce for the Diamondbacks so far this season. He either had a 3-hit game yesterday or today, so there's hope for a turnaround, but Corbin Carroll is the key to everything the Diamondbacks are doing as a franchise. Final earlier today in Queens, we played that Jorge Lopez audio for you. It came in a 10-3 loss to the Dodgers, who improved to 36-22. The Mets dropped to 11 games under 500. I think they started the season 11-8. They have since quickly gone into a tailspin. They are not playing good baseball, folks, and the Giants took advantage this weekend in Queens. Should have gotten out of there with a sweep, if not for Sunday's game. Final in San Diego today, where the Padres lose big to the Miami Marlins. The Padres fall to 30-29 on the season. The Marlins win it 9-1. Braxton Garrett gets the win in that ball game. If you remember that name, if you're a longtime listener of this 6-month-old show, Sports Phone KNBR, we had callers calling in during spring training saying the Giants should trade for Braxton Garrett. At least 2 people said that. He's 2-0 with a 4.56 ERA on the season. They decided to sign Blake Snell instead. Yu Darvish takes the loss in that one. He lasted just 3 innings in the loss today for the Padres. Final in Baltimore, where the Orioles defeated the Red Sox 6-1 at Camden Yards. Corbin Burns, so good. What a pickup for the Orioles. 5-2 on the season, 2.35 ERA after the win over the Red Sox. Cutter Crawford had a great outing against the Giants at Fenway Park earlier this month. He takes the loss in that ball game. Down at the Trop in Tampa, the Rays win at 4-3 over the A's. You see Peter Fairbanks get the win in that one, so a late victory for Tampa. Final in Truist Park, where the Atlanta Braves fall 7-2 to the Washington Nationals. Mackenzie Gore, remember him coming up through the Padres organization as a teenager? Everyone thought that he'd be the ace of the future for the for the Padres. He goes to the Nationals in the Juan Soto trade a few years ago. He's now got a 4-4 record, but a 2.91 ERA. So he is quietly becoming the pitcher that many people in the National League West thought he would be. The Giants happy that they don't have to face Mackenzie Gore more often than just twice a season. Final in Minnesota tonight, where the Twins lost 6-1 to the Kansas City Royals, who've just been an outstanding team so far, 35-22. One of the reasons they've won 35 games, how about tonight's starting pitcher, Seth Lugo, 9-1 on the season. Leads major leagues in wins, 1.72 ERA for Seth Lugo, who he made the Jordan Hicks transition. Look, he was a reliever with the Mets. He came over to the Padres, stretched out as a starter. Royals get him on the 3-year, $45 million contract this offseason, so not quite what the Giants signed Jordan Hicks for at 4 years, $44 million, but Seth Lugo making every penny count for that Royals organization. Blue Jays win at 3-1 over the Chicago White Sox this afternoon. Trevor Richards gets the win in that one. Jordan Romano the save for the Blue Jays. The White Sox fall to 15-42 on the season. Brewers win at 10-6 over the Chicago Cubs today. The Cubs back to 500 after that loss. Brewers 9 games over at 32-23. And then 2 games today played in Detroit after Tuesday's game was rained out between the Tigers and the Pirates. The Tigers win the first matchup 8-1 as they beat Jared Jones in that one. The Pirates win the second one 10-2 as Paul Skeens picks up the win. He's now 2-0, 2.45 ERA since coming up to the major leagues. Giants were fortunate to win that Paul Skeens game last Thursday. He looked so good against the Giants, but once he came out of the ball game, Giants took advantage against that Pittsburgh bullpen. So those are your scores around Major League Baseball. On the other side, Greg Silver, our producer here at KNBR. You hear him all the time on Dubs OT with John Dickinson. You can hear them throughout the offseason on their podcast. He will join us talking NBA, looking at the conference finals, and of course, looking at your Golden State Warriors in the offseason. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. We promised we would talk Golden State Warriors, and NBA. And finally, it is time to do so. It's time to welcome in the man who booked himself this evening. That's not true, actually. Greg Silver's producing our show, but I booked him to be our guest tonight. Greg, how are you?
I'm great. I can't tell if I should be honored or if this is lazy behavior, Kerry, but either way, it's all the same. This has been a great day in sports. Love a good little scuffle. Glad it was nothing really serious, but we've had a fantastic show. I'm happy to be a part of it behind the scenes, and now I get to have our buddy Cole sitting here looking at me sarcastically, having to listen to me, but that's a story for another day.
Indeed. So here we are. The Boston Celtics have punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. The Dallas Mavericks were on the verge of doing so last night before the Minnesota Timberwolves took Game 4, so the Western Conference Finals are extended. What I want to do real quick is just get your impression of both of these teams. We'll start with the Celtics, then the Mavericks, and then we'll move on to the Golden State Warriors after that. So let's talk about Boston first and how the Celtics dismantled the Pacers, in large part because they won the final 2 minutes of each game. The Pacers could have made this a series, but Rick Carlisle, it was like as soon as it got to the final 90 seconds, he just switch turned off for him. What did you make of the way that the Celtics were able to get out of that series with 4 in a row?
Well, I think two things can be true at once. I think with the Boston Celtics, it's on one hand, don't apologize for beating the teams that were in front of you, and winning 64 games in the regular season is going to put you in good position to go and have an easier path to the finals. And also, let's be honest, the Eastern Conference is not the Western Conference, so don't apologize for what was in front of you. That said, they also did have an easier path to the finals, so good for them for taking advantage of that. And if they win the championship, then it's a ring that very much counts. They're going to get past what is probably a Dallas team, unless Minnesota does something for the first time in history and win 4 in a row after being down 3-0. They are 25% of the way to that goal. Never say never, but we're probably looking at a Dallas Mavericks team. And I think with the Pacers, we love to be so in the moment as people that consume sports on a daily basis, but this is not anything all that surprising or new in that a team that was a little bit ahead of schedule on the rebuilding. They have great pieces. Tyrese Halliburton is that franchise cornerstone. I think Benedict Mathurin is a really talented player. You're going to get him back. Trading for Pascal Siakam, who they're going to, in all likelihood, sign to a max deal, was a fantastic move for them. And guys like Andrew Nembhard have a really bright future in this league, too. So they were a little ahead of schedule on the rebuild, and they didn't quite know how to close games, a couple of them without their best player in Halliburton. So Game 1 was kind of a bad way to have that happen when you have a chance to take the first one on the road as an underdog. All you had to do was call a timeout, inbound the ball, make a free throw or two, and you get out of there with an advantage. I wasn't as surprised by games 3 or 4. I think that was youth. I think that was being the worst of the two teams. I think that was not having your best player available and all of the above. So good season for Indiana. I know they beat some injured teams along the way, too. Overall, a success for them, but outside of Game 1, I can't say it was anything that colossal of a failure or that big of a surprise to me.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask you about this Mavericks-Timberwolves series is, in theory, and I'm saying in theory, I'm much more of a casual NBA guy with you. I love watching the games, but I just don't understand basketball at the same level that, say, you and John Dickinson do. So I would have imagined that the Timberwolves with 3 7-footers with Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert and Naz Reid and all the different guys that they have who can play in the post would have been able to shut down Gafford and Washington, would have had their way in keeping, well, at least limiting Luka and Kyrie from getting into the lane. Why have the Mavericks been able to have so much success on offense and seemingly score at will in the paint in this series?
Well, this is when I love to nerd out, and I think Charles Barkley and Draymond Green actually have said a lot of intelligent things in regards to this series and the matchup. I know that they've been a little bit of polarizing figures in the media, probably Draymond Green more so, as not an institution on NBA on TNT, but Barkley said it pretty well when he said the NBA playoffs, a lot of that is matchup dependent. I think if it was Denver versus Dallas, I would have expected Denver to probably handle the series and wear out the Dallas Mavericks. Now, credit to the Mavs because they have gotten hot at the perfect time, and the way they retooled at the trade deadline set them from a team that had stars and could get in the playoffs and do some damage to a team that really functioned well together with the 2 superstar guards and adding these big men like Lively in the draft and then Daniel Gafford at the trade deadline, not to mention playoff P.J. Washington, who they got from the Charlotte Hornets, and he's been fantastic as well. So I think it's a few things with Timberwolves and Mavericks. I think number one is the Timberwolves clearly look like that Denver series took something out of them. And understandably so, knocking off the defending champions, going into the altitude, a 7-game series is emotionally taxing. It is physically taxing. This is kind of these guys' first real run at a deep playoff run. So, yeah, Anthony Edwards is 22 years old and theoretically shouldn't be exhausted. You can't buy any of that, man. Like, I'll be gassed running up and down a court 3 times, and I'm not Anthony Edwards, but I like to think I have enough youth in there. And it's exhausting, no matter if you're 22 years old or if you're someone the age of Mike Conley. I think that's number one. 2 is that they're not, like you mentioned, the 2 7-footers that the Timberwolves had. And they have not played good basketball except for Karl Anthony Towns last night. Had a really nice game and kept Minnesota's season alive. But Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively aren't the ones they need to go out and stop. They're just great complementary pieces to Luka and Kyrie. So it is a big man's game with a lot of these teams, and the MVP of this year, Nikola Jokic, being kind of accepted as the best player in the world now. But Lively and Gafford aren't the ones you need to stop on the Mavericks. So Luka and Kyrie have had a lot of freedom. You can't really double one or the other because it creates so much freedom for the second superstar guard. And now that Kyrie Irving is playing focused and motivated basketball, he's not an issue and a distraction that we kind of came to know him as post-Cleveland. It's kind of back to the old Kyrie Irving. And by the way, not even saying this as an insult to him, it's a lot easier when he doesn't have to be the guy. He is a 1B or a 2 on this team. It is Luka Doncic's team, and we see how effective Kyrie is when he doesn't have to be the carrier of the franchise and can kind of lift the load with somebody else. So it's all these factors combining. I expect Dallas to close it out in 5. It'd be great for basketball and our entertainment if we don't have to wait until June 6th to watch more basketball when the finals tip off. But, yeah, that's kind of my impression on this Western Conference series and what was a really grueling playoffs for the 8 teams that had to be in there.
Yeah, very well said. Great perspective, and that's why we have Greg Silver on here. You can hear him all the time with John Dickinson on Dubs OT. They're keeping the podcast rolling in the off season. So now that I've got my questions answered, Greg, about these 2 playoff series, let's talk a little bit about the Golden State Warriors. And in the last, 48 to 72 hours, we knew this was inevitable, but there's been internet rumblings, speculation that the Warriors are, increasingly likely to move Andrew Wiggins this summer. I don't know if this is just because folks have gotten to the point of the offseason where they're bored and speculating about potential trades, or if there's really some serious consideration from the Warriors front office that's picked up in the last several days. But regardless of that, where do you stand on the Warriors' ability to get a deal done involving Andrew Wiggins this offseason? Is it realistic? And if so, who could they potentially get in return?
Well, it's hard to say without taking firsthand part of these negotiations what is realistic and what isn't. But I will say this, and I encourage everybody to go listen to the latest Just Dubs offseason podcast, because we spend a good deal of time talking about the Warriors and the Cavaliers and possibly some kind of deal where Andrew Wiggins goes over to Cleveland and Jarrett Allen and possibly others come to Golden State, and what is realistic and what is not. Internet trades is a slippery slope, Kerry, because a lot of people who are proposing trades want the betterment for their team, and it's always going to come out with a little bit of bias. And that's not a knock on anybody that tries to, brainstorm solutions for a team that they're a fan of, but it also just kind of shows that, yes, some of that, maybe is a little bit too unbalanced in the favor of a team like the Golden State Warriors. And I think when you look at Andrew Wiggins, you got to look at teams that, one, have another problem that they want to get rid of. The unfortunate reality with Wiggins is that because he has missed a lot of time due to personal reasons and, some minor injuries and other kind of things that have kept him out over the last 2 years, the availability is going to raise serious concerns. And we know that the Warriors understand the extent to what he's dealing with personally. I don't know what Cleveland's front office or any other team's front office knows about why Andrew Wiggins has missed time. And so naturally that's going to raise questions. And I think it's going to tank his value. Like, you want a player to be present and available, and if he can't be that, then you're going to be a little bit more hesitant about making a trade happen. So I think the Warriors certainly are trying to shop around Andrew Wiggins' contract and see what is out there. I just don't know what they can get negotiation-wise because of other teams' perspective on it. The other thing I'll say is that I'm not pro-trade Jonathan Kuminga. But I will say, and JD is very keen on this one, I'm not so sure that Kuminga is the Wiggins replacement. I hope Kuminga has a chance to continue to flourish in his role, because we saw a couple months where he was playing great basketball, but it was at the 4 position, largely offensively. So if you get rid of Andrew Wiggins, you still need to go and find another wing. You need to find someone that can defend the perimeter, and you need to find a true small forward. Klay Thompson cannot be that. Moses Moody isn't quite that. And Jonathan Kuminga, I don't believe in the course of an offseason is just going to become your staple small forward, as much as I would like him to get a lot of minutes next year. So that's kind of where I sit. But I do think there are interesting discussions to be had, and I do think the prospect of trying to move off of an Andrew Wiggins is very real this offseason. It just might be something that takes part in one of 3 moves, or it's a 3-team deal, or it's not going to be so clear-cut and simple. But, yeah, it's absolutely on the table.
Yeah, that absolutely seems like something that the Warriors can, will, and should pursue, and probably, if they can't get it done, will get it done. So Greg Silver with some great analysis on that front. Greg, there's going to be more speculation about Klay Thompson over the next month, and basically until we get to July 1st, and then even after that, assuming that, Klay doesn't get a deal done right away in free agency, there's going to be speculation surrounding his status, because everyone, at least everyone around Golden State, wants to see him finish his career with the organization. But, if you're Joe Lacob, if you're Mike Dunleavy, what contract is palatable for you to keep this ship moving in the right direction moving forward? Has your opinion on whether or not Klay Thompson will be back changed at all since the end of the regular season?
There's one thing that's made me lean a little bit more in the direction of Klay Thompson will stay, and that's some rumblings about documentary cameras being around the facilities next season. Now, JD and I actually disagreed on this. Not that he thought it wasn't going to make Klay resign, but that was kind of where I went with it first, and he didn't really associate the two whatsoever. Now, he's obviously spent more time around the organization and knows that there hasn't been a lot of cameras, and now it seems like they want to commemorate this trio and this dynasty and what could be the final year or two of this core and what is arguably the greatest team of all time, and if not one of the 2 or 3 greatest teams ever assembled, and will go down in history as such until there's the next one that comes along. So I kind of think that because of that, you might see more Klay Thompson, and in order for Klay to come back, he's going to have to get enough money to where he feels justified in doing so. That might not have to match what a team like Philadelphia or Orlando would be willing to offer him, but it's got to be enough. And I know that the 0-for-10 performance in that play-in game in Sacramento back on April 16th, that is an awfully sour taste to hold in the fans of the Warrior fans' mouths on Klay Thompson. But the reality is, All-Star break onward, he actually had a really good stretch of basketball and was playing so freely and shooting it really effectively. And that's going to count for something when it comes to contract negotiations. It's going to count for something when it comes to other teams seeing the value and they could get from a Klay Thompson. So I'm expecting probably a 2-year, maybe $50 million total. I know he turned down the 2 and $48 last offseason. I would expect a similar type of offer to be on the table for Klay to come back. That's just kind of what my gut is telling me at this point. But again, if Klay Thompson decides that the change of scenery and finishing his career elsewhere, where there's not going to be so many eyeballs on him or the same set of expectations, is better for him, then in the end, he's going to leave. But I believe that Steph, Klay, and Draymond will want to see this thing through together, and maybe they don't all finish their careers as Golden State Warriors, but there's going to be a closing of the Steph, Klay, Dre trio chapter. Maybe that means one of them retires and another keeps playing, but I think it's just not quite finished yet.
Yeah, very well said, and I totally agree with you. I think that there is one more chapter of this, even if the Warriors enter next season knowing that it's probably not going to lead them to a 5th title with Steph, Clay, and Draymond on the roster. I think they do want to give these guys every opportunity to go out on a positive note. Maybe that's 2 more seasons of these 3 together with Steve Kerr, but we shall see. So, Greg, we'll leave with this one. If there's one high-profile player around the league who the Warriors could realistically trade for this offseason, who is that? Is it someone like a Brandon Ingram? Is it someone like a Zach LaVine? Like, who could the Warriors theoretically swing a deal for that you think, would make this team better in 2025 than it was this year?
Well, are we talking about solving the second star problem? Because if so, then I think you're probably trading Jonathan Kuminga. And I don't know if that's what they want to do. But if we're going to play you trade Kuminga because he's far and away your most valuable asset, I think somebody like a Paul George absolutely fits. Okay. A wing who can hit threes and show up for the most part night in and night out. I know that there's memes about playoff P, and he always hasn't been the most available in his time with the Clippers, just health-wise. But I think that's a player that could be a great number 2 to Steph Curry. Brandon Ingram is somebody that I think satisfies that small forward position. Defensively, not anything that's going to blow you out of the water, but he's got the build and the body type, and he's got a really nice skill set in the mid-range, and I think that the New Orleans Pelicans are going to try to break up their core somewhat with Ingram being a name that's getting floated around. I think Lauri Markkanen would be an awesome fit for the Warriors. I just think that's highly, highly, highly unlikely when you look at pathways to get that deal done. DeJounte Murray is someone that could be a nice fit in the backcourt, but then you got to ask yourself, what does that leave you with when Steph is gone? Can you build around DeJounte Murray and Trace Jackson Davis and Podziemski? I don't know, maybe. Or do you just stay with Jonathan Kuminga, who has taken big strides and has the potential to be an all-star caliber player in this league? So it's going to be a big swing no matter what if they trade Kuminga, because he's still 21 years old and has ridiculous athleticism. But if you want to go all in and put all your eggs in one basket, I understand the rationale, because as much as I love watching the growth of Jonathan Kuminga, I just don't think that where he currently is and the current version of himself is enough to be a number 2 on a championship team.
Man, what a reality dose that is, with Jonathan Kuminga still being 21 years old and all the contributions he made this season. Greg Silver always gives us great insight here on Sports Phone KNBR. You can hear him all the time in the offseason with Dubs OT with John Dickinson. They do great work together. They've done great work here on the KNBR airwaves. Greg, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Carrie. Cole, just don't hit the space bar in extra time. Make sure to fade down all the music, and you know where the stingers are. So you're doing great, bud.
Yeah, Cole, we'll make this easy for you. Up next, we're talking Giants baseball. We're talking not about a 21-year-old player, a 22-year-old pitcher in Kyle Harrison and a 22-year-old shortstop in Marco Luciano. Some of the young guys, important roles in today's game and over the last week or so in Luciano's case. So what do the Giants do at shortstop? We'll close the show talking about that. You're listening. Sports Zone KNBR, Kerry Crowley rolling with you just a little bit longer until 9 o'clock here on Leader. KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley wrapping up this evening here, hanging out with you a little bit longer till 9 o'clock tonight, as we do on nights that the Giants do not play, at least in the evening, as they finish up their 3-game set against the Philadelphia Phillies, as we mentioned earlier this afternoon at Oracle Park. They take the 6-1 loss, but there were obviously theatrics that we discussed throughout tonight. Showed the little Kyle Harrison, Bryce Harper situation. We talked about Marco Luciano exiting with the injury and what you do with him, and we talked about what the Giants do moving forward from here as they get set to host the New York Yankees in a 3-game set that really ends a very interesting homestand that the Giants have already made more intriguing by taking 2 out of 3 from a Phillies team. Just beat them cleanly in Philadelphia. We discussed that earlier this evening as well, how the Phillies took it to the Giants earlier this month. 4-game sweep at Citizens Bank Ballpark. The Giants look nothing like the version of themselves that they do right now, and that has to be extremely encouraging for Giants fans. Even with the blowout loss today, even with the fact that the offense hasn't produced since Lamont Wade Jr. went down with that hamstring injury, and what they do at first base will be a major question mark moving forward. I do think that Giants fans can take comfort in the fact that this team proved that it can hang with one of the best teams in baseball. Statistically speaking, the best team in baseball right now. The Phillies exit town with a 39-18 record. They just haven't lost too many series this season, and the Giants took one from them. Of course, last night, Luis Matos with the 10th inning heroics, but it was really the bullpen that carried them the whole way. Sean Jelly pitching the 9th and the 10th inning on a night when the Giants absolutely needed to get Randy Rodriguez and Camilo Doval some rest. it's a major moment in this series and a major moment in the development of a guy who, quite frankly, I thought was headed for a DFA at the beginning of this season. I wasn't sure if Jelly was going to stick with the Giants. I was convinced that he was going to go the same route that Joey Bart was, fellow 2018 draft pick, and he has proven to be an important piece of this Giants bullpen. And so you're starting to talk about it. I listened to Tolbert and JD earlier this afternoon. You're starting to talk about a Giants core that's developed here at the first third of this 2024 season that you can project out and say, this guy might be here next year. This guy might be here for the next 3 years. This guy might be here for the next 5 years in the case of someone like today's starting pitcher in Kyle Harrison. So despite the 6-1 loss, I think a lot of good developments. And I do kind of want to end the show discussing one of the main points that we discussed in the 6 o'clock hour this evening. And that's, what do you do with Marco Luciano, who started today at shortstop, got his first start since, Saturday, I believe, as the Giants went with Brett Wisely left on Sunday against Sean Manaea. And he, of course, boots the ball early in the game. He comes out with the injury, and we don't know the status of, that hamstring tightness, whether it will be kind of an injured list situation or if the Giants will, let things play out here for the next couple of days. But I do think that they are in a big-time predicament with Marco Luciano, because this is someone who's been billed as a potential face of the franchise ever since he signed as a 16-year-old for, at the time, a record-setting bonus for the Giants organization. Signed out of the Dominican Republic, has all this raw power, and I still believe that Marco Luciano will be an excellent player at the major league level one day. Now, I think the debate around Luciano and what the Giants do with him in 2024 stems from the fact that I don't know how many of us think that Marco Luciano can be an excellent major league player right now, because the bat can play. Like, the bat will be there. It will be, an early 20s guy who's not hitting for a bunch of pop yet. He's not translating all that raw power into just consistent success at the plate. But the glove's a major issue. And the glove is going to be a major issue, whether he's playing shortstop at a premium position or if the Giants decide to move him somewhere else on the diamond. And now that it's Wednesday, May 29th, now that the Giants are a third of the way through the season, now that every baseball team is a third of the way through the season, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do with Luciano, because if you send him back to AAA right now, do you say, hey, keep learning at the shortstop position? We understand that there may be limitations here that ultimately force us to move you off of that position in the future. Or do you send Luciano back to AAA and start from scratch? Do you say, hey, it's time to learn first base, or it's time to learn a corner outfield spot, or it's time to learn third base? I think that third might be a position that he could pick up because you don't require as much range at the position, although now watching Matt Chapman this season, I'm not convinced that that's the case. But I do think that a position change could be in order down the line for Luciano. The question is, where do you move him? Because shortstop might be the easiest place for Luciano to break in at the major league level in 2024 for the San Francisco Giants. They essentially created a runway for him to do that by not returning Brandon Crawford, who was just seeking a one-year major league contract with the Giants. He goes to the Cardinals in the offseason. We live that saga every night here on SportsPhone KNBR. Once that deal went down and Crawford made his comments with Andrew Bagley of The Athletic. And of course, I'm happy for Crawford that he got another opportunity, but the Giants went in the direction of, okay, let's bring in Nick Ahmed. Let's bring in a veteran on a non-roster invitee deal to spring training and see if Luciano is ready. And if you watched Marco Luciano during Cactus League play, there was no question about it that he needed to go down to AAA. He was not in the slightest ready to come up to the major league level, both offensively and defensively. Now, 100, 150 at-bats at AAA Sacramento. He takes major steps forward. He shows far more plate discipline in the PCL this year than he did last year, than he did in the Cactus League down in spring training. And there was, I think a budding confidence inside the organization, and maybe a confidence inside Luciano himself, that he could get the job done at the major league level. So he comes up, and for the last week, it's been error after error after error, and misplay after misplay in critical moment. He's cost the Giants a game or two with his glove, and while I love the bat, and while I think that 22 years old, he has got a bright major league future ahead of him, the Giants are in a predicament because they're attempting to win now. They're attempting to get back to the playoffs and end this 2-year playoff drought. They're attempting to end this long series playoff win drought where they haven't won a playoff series since 2014. I've said it a million times. on these airwaves, and they're trying to do so while winning and developing at the major league level. Like Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos, Sean Jelly, Patrick Bailey, Kyle Harrison, all of these guys are tasked with the opportunity to develop and to win at the same time. And it's not as much, an opportunity for some of these guys as it is almost a mandate. Like Patrick Bailey, if he doesn't perform, the Giants are kind of crushed behind the plate. And so far this season, he's been phenomenal. He has absolutely lived up to the billing of a first-round draft pick. Kyle Harrison, only 22 years old. Look, the ERA is what it is. It's 4.15 through 2 months of the season, and he goes 5 innings today, gives up 12 hits against this Phillies team, 4 runs. But I think that 22 years old, you have to remember that there's maybe 2 or 3 other pitchers at the major league level right now starting games consistently at that age. He's ahead of the curve right now. And you compare him to, I don't know, say Logan Webb, where he was back in 2019 when he first came up, or 2020 when the Giants couldn't quite decide whether he was a starter or a reliever at that point. And you say, well, Kyle Harrison's ahead of him in his development progress. And so I think that the Giants are in a position where they need so many of these young players to perform, up to, if not past, the capabilities that they thought that they had if they're going to deliver a playoff appearance. And the shortstop position is one where I just don't know if Marco Luciano is capable of flipping that switch and suddenly playing an adequate defensive shortstop. And this isn't like, you're throwing someone in left field, which the Giants did so frequently during the Bruce Bochy era. I mean, you take the worst athlete on the team, and Luciano's not the worst athlete in the slightest. He's just someone who's not comfortable at the major league level defensively. But what Bruce Bochy would do is he'd take someone whose bat was valuable to be in the lineup, and then he'd go put him out in left field and say, let's just hope the ball doesn't get hit to left field today. Well, you can't do that at shortstop. You can't do that when Logan Webb is your ace and he leads the major leagues in generating ground balls. You can't do that when Jordan Hicks is pitching every 5th day. And oh, by the way, he's top 5 in the major leagues in generating ground balls. The shortstop position is one where you need someone who's sure-handed. The Giants went into this season with 2 very distinct options at the shortstop position. And they chose to start the year with Nick Ahmed as the defense-first guy, and he is a glove-first player through and through. The bat almost non-existent for the first month and a half of the season. He had a few moments, albeit sometimes in Giant losses, but Nick Ahmed was brought into San Francisco because of his Gold Glove caliber defensive play. And Marco Luciano was sitting at AAA and not in the major leagues because they knew that he might have the bat to outpace Nick Ahmed at that point, but he certainly didn't have the glove. And if you're a Giants team that watched 2022 and 2023, if you're part of this Giants front office, Farhan Zaidi, if you're in the opposing dugout, Bob Melvin, when he was down with the San Diego Padres, the Giants' main deficiency the last 2 seasons, or at least one of their main deficiencies, because they had many, was their defense. They could not defend well enough to pick up a pitching staff that quite often generated balls in play that needed to have plays made on them that weren't. And so you've got this situation with Luciano now that's developed to the point where the Giants have seen what Luis Matos can do. They love it. They've seen the energy that Elliot Ramos can provide. They love it. They know what Patrick Bailey is doing behind the play. They count on it. I don't know that there's a spot for Luciano just yet. And that's okay. That is okay for the Giants to realize that, hey, he might not be a part of the picture immediately, that it may take another 2-3 months before they can really rely on him. And even then, the glove might not be good enough to stick at the shortstop position. But if that's the case, what do you do at short? If you believe that Marco Luciano needs at least 2-3 more months down at AAA to get the glove in order, what do you do? Do you continue to ride out Nick Ahmed when he comes back from the injured list, knowing that he's going to be your number 9 hitter and, it's not all that different from having Madison Bumgarner hit 9th? Or do you, make a trade for someone? Do you think outside the box? Do you understand the fact that this fan base is yearning to see a team in the postseason, and that over the past 2 weeks, Giants fans have watched a club that is deserving of a postseason spot. Now, it hasn't been deserving of a playoff spot through the first 60 games of this season or so, but over the last 2 weeks, the Giants have convinced people that this is a club that can win, it can be compelling, it can be competitive, and it can be fun to watch. And if you're Farhan Zaidi, if you're Chairman Greg Johnson, if you're in this ownership group, what do you do? Do you go out and make a move early and say, hey, Luciano, 2025 is going to be your year? Do you bring in someone who can play the shortstop position and do so adequately to help out a Logan Webb or a Jordan Hicks? Or do you ride this thing out with a long-term vision? You say, okay, it's Nick Ahmed for now. By mid-July, early August, it could be Marco Luciano again. At that point, you're just going to have to live with the defense. You're just going to have to see what happens in the ninth inning of close games. You know, I don't know that it's realistic for the Giants to set up a roster come July, August, September, where Luciano's playing the first 7 innings, and then you sub in Nick Ahmed as a defensive replacement. I mean, how many winning teams, how many teams that have gone deep into the postseason have replaced their young shortstop for a defensive first guy in the late innings? I don't know, because typically shortstops are some of the better defenders on your team. So it's just a very complex, complicated situation, and it's one that I don't know can be straightened out immediately for this Giants club. Fortunately for them, Brett Wisely has played an adequate shortstop, and he's got it going with the bat. Still, after today, coming in as the replacement for Luciano, 400 with his average, 945 with his OPS. The truth, though, is that Wisely is not really a shortstop. I think we could see that. I think we know that. I think that he is someone who can play the position like Tyro Estrada can, but it's never going to be above average. It's never really going to be, you know, the guy that you want the ball hit to in a critical situation. You know, Tyler Fitzgerald, will the bat play enough for him to be the answer at the shortstop position? Probably not. Casey Schmidt, same goes for him. And he's more of a third baseman anyway. So the Giants have a number of different options in the organization. The challenge is they don't have someone who's seizing the position and forcing Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin to say, that's our guy. I think they were hoping that during this period with Nick Ahmed on the injured list that Luciano would assert himself and never give up the job. But that's just not the case. In fact, his defense has led them to seek other options while he's still on this 26-man roster. Nick Ahmed hadn't even come back from the injured list when they decided that Brett Wisely was their preference. Nick Ahmed is still on the injured list when Brett Wisely became the preference at the shortstop position, even left on Sunday against Sean Manaea. So obviously there's a lot of things that the Giants have to figure out. First base being one of them with Lamont Wade Jr. out, shortstop another now. You know, where this pitching staff goes, can Blake Snell get going? But the bottom line is this. Even after a 6-1 loss today, and even after my 10-minute soliloquy on the shortstop position, what you do with Marco Luciano, Giants fans should be feeling good. They should be feeling much better than they did 2 weeks ago. The Giants have won 4 consecutive series, swept the Rockies, took 2 of 3 from the Pirates, 2 of 3 from the Mets, and now they take 2 of 3 from a team that leads the National League East. Just kind of run away with it so far in the Philadelphia Phillies. They needed extra innings to get the win on Tuesday night, but they shut the door. Sean Jelly shut the door in the 10th inning, and Luis Matos delivered when the Giants needed it most with that sacrifice fly. And it sure helped that Tyler Fitzgerald was the extra runner in the late innings. So they take 2 of 3, and now they welcome the New York Yankees to town. Now it's time to see what they can do against the team that's leading the American League East, because much like the Phillies, the Yankees have had a dominant start to the season. They've had a great rotation. Now it's Juan Soto, it's Aaron Judge, it's Giancarlo Stanton. It's everyone who has turned down the Giants' money and will turn down the Giants' money in the future coming to Oracle Park on Friday evenings. We will preview that series on Thursday night on Sports Phone KNBR. We will take your calls about the state of this Giants team. Tomorrow night, we're also going to talk 49ers football as well. OTAs, some thoughts on Kyle Shanahan and why this offense might look different in 2024. I'll talk about that. And then we'll also discuss the NBA matchup tomorrow night. Game 5, you've got the Timberwolves and the Mavericks. I want to thank Greg Silver for stopping by and talking some NBA with us, some Golden State Warriors this evening. Tomorrow night, Giants, Niners, maybe a little bit of Dubs and NBA as well. I'm Kerry Crowley. I want to thank everyone who contributed to tonight's program, including all of you who dialed in at 415-808-KNBR, 5627 at the end there. You make this show so special for me. I always appreciate you. Coming up next, it's CBS Sports Radio. KNBR back on the air tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Murph and Marcus, you're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
This is the